All right, testing 1 2, testing 1 2. Liberal Arts Guy says it's an okay FPS, just really all the levels through the game look the same for what he remembers, and this is absolutely true. Yep. Very, very repetitive, as you guys will see. I should probably... Alright, testing again. Testing. Just want to make sure everything's alright. Alrighty, folks, welcome back to another stream. Tonight, we're going to be playing Robotica for the Sega Saturn. For those of you guys that follow me here but aren't particularly familiar with the Saturn, this is the Sega Saturn dashboard that you get to see if you don't have a disc in the drive, or you have a Japanese import in the system without a converter, or if you have a music CD in the drive. I figured we'd just sit here for a couple minutes because the game here that we're going to play actually just loops the intro full motion video over and over again, and it's got voice acting, so figured that would just override or complicate, you know, this intro. So yeah, we're going to play this game called Robotica today, and what we're going to actually do is play the Japanese version of the game, which from what I can tell is pretty much 100% identical to the North American game. So this is the Japanese cover right here. Deadalus and Robotica is a 1995 first-person shooter, and it's a very bare-bones, very basic FPS in terms of its level design anyway. So it's not bad for the price. Like, I think this cost me less than $10 for a complete Japanese copy. Literally just a couple weeks ago, I picked it up just to stream it for you guys. And you know, for the price, it's not horrible, but it is very boring. Most people that play this, I don't think ever make it to the end of the game. What my goal is tonight is to try to make it to the end of the game, because I wasn't able to find a single long play of this game on YouTube, so we might actually be able to be the first full playthrough of this on YouTube in 2020. I don't know why there hasn't been a full long play of this game yet. It's probably because it's repetitive. it's kind of a chore to go through. I bought this game back in the day when I got my Sega Saturn. I got my Sega Saturn in I think it was 97, I got the Sega Saturn. And even by then, just 2 years after the system's North American launch, a bunch of games were discounted to about $10 a pop. A lot of the acclaimed titles in particular. So while this was published by Sega in Japan, from what it looks like, it was actually published by Acclaim in North America and renamed from Deadalus to Robotica. And yeah, I paid $10 for it back in the day, and even for $10, I could see that all the level design was very repetitive and monotonous and whatnot. But I still made it through to the end of the game. I think in the first night I owned it back then, and that was the last time I think I ever beat the game. So, gaming with Drew. Hey, Drew, welcome to YouTube, man. Yeah, I posted my link on your Discord. I was like, you know, what the hell, why not? So other people do it, I'll do it. So, but yeah, welcome, Drew. Yeah, man, I stream here every Thursday night, 9 p.m. So if you're around, feel free to stop in. And sometimes I stream on Saturday nights as well. So, yeah, YouTube's the place to be with my streams. I do stream on Twitch for anyone curious, but, you know, it's a little more casual. Over here on YouTube, we have more of a structure to the things that we do here. You can sort of expect the same thing every week on YouTube, assuming I'm not... assuming Salty Austin hasn't taken over. But yeah, this should be a fun stream still. So what I did want to say is that for anyone not super familiar with the Saturn doesn't play Japanese imports out of the box. You either need to modify your console or get what's called a Action Replay or a Game Shark. Action Replay is easier. They're both actually kind of like the same thing, but they actually made it a little more difficult to play import games with the Game Shark in North America. So you're better off buying a Japanese Action Replay. It has other perks as well. But if you don't have an Action Replay or a mod chip, it takes you to this CD screen, and you can try to, you could try to launch the game, but it actually won't let you. So what we're going to do is I've got the Action Replay in the console, so we're going to power it off and then power it back on. And it's going to take us to the Action Replay menu. So I'm actually just trying to do this relatively slow, power off, power back on, because there we go. So we got the no input screen for my FrameMeister. I actually had hit reset after doing the audio tests, and the signal was just completely lost. That can happen with Saturn in particular when I go through my upscaler. So, but yeah, the Action Replay just slips into the back of the the system with the the cartridge slot, and then it'll basically bypass the region protection or the region lock-in. So we can play Japanese games on our Saturn that way. This is a great way to get into the Sega Saturn relatively cheap, even in 2020 as we do this stream. A complete copy of Deadalus from Japan will probably cost you about $10. So I'm going to go ahead and let the introduction roll out, and I'll turn up the volume for this one too.
In the year 2077, the regional nation-state that had until then helped maintain world order on Earth collapsed, and in its wake, a planetary government emerged to rule over mankind. To resolve the disputes, riots, and struggles that periodically erupted around the globe, WSSS was formed, separate from regular government organizations. A core system for planetary control was established, not on Earth, but in space. It was referred to as the WSSS Central Control Fortress, Deadalus. After Deadalus was established, mankind lived in peace for 800 years. The global state system had been designed to unify mankind, but eventually, all those who could explain the original reason for its existence had disappeared. People's views of it now began to change. Some started to worship Deadalus. Others began to protest the notion of living under the restrictions of what they saw as an increasingly archaic system. Clashes began to occur with increasing frequency between these two groups, with Deadalus repeatedly trying to suppress them. On the surface, these were but minor conflicts. Underground terrorists from the reformist faction were arming and steadily growing in strength. Their first operation will be an attempt to destroy Deadalus itself.
Okay, so that was the intro. Yeah, so yeah, with this Japanese version of the game, it's still completely in English. So this is also a very import-friendly game for us North American English speakers. So we're going to go ahead and hit start here. It's going to just drop us right into the game. And you know what I don't remember is I don't even remember if you can continue in this game. I really hope you can. I want to say you can, but I don't remember. So I don't remember how many levels are in the game. There's barely any information on... There's actually pretty much no information on game FAQs. And I don't have the North American manual because I've got the Japanese version of the game. And... but we'll just wing it. The idea is to try to go through the whole game. I mean, it might get boring, it might get monotonous. But yeah, so you can press C to fire your gun. And you can actually strafe left and right with the shoulder keys. X actually lets you cycle through special abilities. Refresh here is actually really important. This can give us our shield energy back. Shield's denoted in the top right hand portion of the screen. You'll notice just below that it says Vulcan, level 1 out of 3, ammo 146 out of 150. You can actually, as you can probably tell, upgrade your guns. You upgrade your guns by picking up specific power-up drops in the playfield. Holding down B allows you to sort of hover and dash or speed up. And so you're going to actually be holding down the B button for a lot of the playthrough. Opening up doors is done by pressing the fire button. So when you press the fire button, when you open up a door, you need to actually sort of step back from it. Actually, no, you don't. Okay, I thought you could actually close doors in this. You'll also notice that there's actually a heads-up display. Not a heads-up display, but a... holy crap, my brain is fried right now because I barely slept today. But you got information on the screen. It tells you where enemies are and things like that. Although the that whole reticle in the middle just kind of gets in the way of the gameplay, and I wish there was a way to turn that off. And I don't believe there is, unfortunately. So you can cycle through weapons by pressing Z. So we've got laser, which isn't very good right now. We've got arm punch, which is our punch right here. Which is what you're going to end up using if you run out of ammo. So this is the kind of game where you don't want to just constantly mash the fire button, because you will run out of ammo, and then you'll have to kill enemies with your fist, which isn't very good. At least not very good to start. So one other thing about this game is basically, from what I can tell, most of the levels are completely randomized. And so like the starting point I was at when we started the game was actually different from the starting point when I was testing the audio. And so, you know, while you know, the game actually moves pretty well for a 1995 Saturn game and first-person shooter, the level design itself is just, you know, pretty much randomly generated, and you know, the themes get quite repetitive, so what you see here is pretty much what we're going to be doing for the entire game. And it probably wouldn't be as bad if I could get rid of that reticle in the middle, but again, like I said, I don't think it's possible. So that little power-up I just got, that made that little, you know, floaty sound, that is a health refill, I believe, a shield refill. And then the pickup we got that looks like bullets is just that. It's ammunition for our guns. So what I'm going to do is, you know, no, let's go back. So I'd like to try to get through the levels as quickly as possible, but I also know that, I also remember that enemies become very tanky later on in the game. They take a lot of hits. And so whereas these guys right now, they only take one hit, I really want to get some weapon upgrades, so it's probably best for me to try to explore these levels to look for weapon upgrade drops. I think if I do anything, I probably want to upgrade my laser first, because what happens with the Vulcan gun is that I don't think it really upgrades the strength of the main shot. It just shoots multiple shots back to back, sort of like an auto fire kind of mechanic, which is not really all that useful, because I mean, you could just mash the button yourself and do the exact same thing. So all it does is just ends up wasting ammo. So it's not really something I'm interested in doing. I'll probably upgrade the laser first. Yeah, like I said, not a lot of information on this game. It's one of those games that you would always see around back in the day. And there we go. That's actually a weapon. No, that's actually a missile, I think. So let's see. Yeah, we got missile now. So this is actually a brand new gun or a brand new weapon. This is actually very useful, but its ammo is also very limited. So we're going to switch back to the Vulcan. But now we've got the missile for the really heavy enemies later on in the game. So that's actually kind of nice. We got a good upgrade. So it was worth exploring. And this ammo right here, I should say there are different ammo types. So let me kill this guy first. This ammo right here is for your laser. So let's go ahead and switch over to... First, let's switch over to refresh. Let's use that. You use A to use it. And so I got my shield energy back. And then we can cycle over to laser. So now if you look in the bottom, it's gonna... Or if you look in the top right, that's gonna refill our ammo. So that's laser ammo, like I said. So switch back to our Vulcan. Just like so. Yeah, lots of goodies here, but nothing really special. We're not upgrading. We did get a missile, but we didn't upgrade. So that's pretty much the whole level. The levels do have secret areas as well, so if you go around hugging the walls, you can find some secrets. Also, occasionally you have these map terminals, so you access the map terminal just again by pressing the fire button on it, and it reveals pretty much the whole map. So the levels actually become a lot easier if you can reveal the whole map early. But, you know, finding those terminals is just kind of a crapshoot. It's hit or miss, so. And enemies do respawn, as you can see. Pretty sure they respawn. They just kind of like pop back in here and there. Not sure if though, if like permanent upgrades are randomized, if they can drop from enemies, or if they're just dropped dead in the middle of a level and you have to find them that way. Not entirely sure. Health refill right there, which is good. And let's just keep going. But yeah, the combat itself is okay. It's not deep. Like, I mean, it's kind of like a fast-paced Wolfenstein 3D. Honestly, probably not as fun as Wolfenstein 3D, because Wolfenstein 3D's combat is actually pretty satisfying, despite its simplicity. It's just the way that enemies react to your shots and the animations and stuff like that, and the intricacy of its level designs compared to this. But you know, it does still play decently. It is actually moderately enjoyable to just run around and shoot. So yeah, again, the big downfall with this game is just its level design. What you see right here is pretty much what we're going to experience for about the entire game. And this is the exit, so that's the last goal. The goal of each level, I forgot to mention, is that you have to find a key, and we actually found it almost immediately. Sometimes you'll be dropped into the same room that the key's located in. Again, I think everything was just randomly generated in this. And then when you beat the level, you go to, well, another level. So what you really want to focus on in this game is your map in the top left. So what I like to do when I play this, I don't even look at the main screen half the time. I'm just looking at my map. You notice that my arrow on the map turns as I turn in the game. So I can actually just use the map to navigate. Now you don't want to look at the map all the time, because if you do that, your eyes are off the main playfield. And when your eyes are off the main playfield, you're going to skip important items. Like you might skip a key, or you might skip a weapon upgrade by accident. Let's take a look at chat here. Hey, Stexor, welcome back. Haven't seen you in a while. And, yeah, Liberal Arts Guy says, console Power Slave and PC Power Slave aren't really better than one another. Yeah, they're different games as far as level design is concerned, and they're both kind of they've both got repetitive and nasty level design that's just very mean to the player. With proper optimization, do you think the Saturn could have had superior ports of 2D games as Symphony of the Night? Well, so the problem with Symphony of the Night is that, well, yes, I think Symphony of the Night on Saturn definitely could have been better. You know, they probably could have gotten rid of all the slowdown and stuff like that. But one of the problems with Symphony is that it uses a lot of transparencies, a lot of really neat transparent effects. There's another missile, and I think that's just going to, yeah, refill our ammo, and that's pretty much it. Symphony of the Night uses a lot of transparent effects and whatnot, and the way the Saturn has multiple video display processors. So the way, like, only one of them can really do transparency, and the other is very limited in that regard. And trying to use both video display processors, VDPs, together is a complex ordeal. And I don't know if it would have been entirely possible to even get a lot of the PS1's transparent effects working correctly on the Saturn. So, you know, just that fact alone, they probably couldn't have gotten a one-to-one conversion in that regard. But they certainly probably could have. I assume they probably could have gotten rid of the slowdown and things like that. Faster load times between screens, so on and so forth. So yeah. But, you know, I wouldn't really worry about it. I still, you know, like the Saturn version of Symphony for what it is. It was actually the first version I played. We did play it on stream a couple months back. And this is probably a weapon upgrade. No! Okay, that's a weapon downgrade. We just got a weapon downgrade. But yeah, we played it on stream back in October, and I still had a really good time with it, despite all of its issues. And that's another weapon downgrade right there, but it doesn't really matter because we're already downgraded. But yeah, everything in this game just seems to be completely randomly generated. So 2 weapon downgrades back to back, even though we haven't even gotten a single weapon upgrade yet. So let me go ahead and take a look at the chat. Vince says it reminds him of the Kiliak, the DNA imperative. Yeah, it's thematically it's very similar, yeah, but as far as gameplay, it's more like a traditional first-person shooter. Kiliak, I remember having a whole bunch of other elements, trying to be a little more sim-like in a way. And then there was there was Kiliak, the DNA imperative, but then there was I forgot what the name was. There was a follow-up to it on PS1 as well. Liberal Arts Guy says, from what he remembers, there aren't continues, but he could be wrong. I hope you're wrong. Stexer says, my brother had a Saturn with like 30 games, which I pretty much took over from him. Too young to have played it back then. Only game you haven't played on it later was Sonic R. Oh, only game you really played on it later was Sonic R. Oh, man. Hey, Carlos, welcome back. No, this is not the same engine as AVP. No, this is a totally different company. The engine's not shared. No. It's similar style, though. It's just very basic. You have floors, you have ceilings, you have walls. That's it. You don't have... Well, I will say, actually, the floor and ceiling is actually much taller in this game than it is in AVP. And if you look on the sides, it's not just flat textures, flat wall textures. You'll notice that there are these little ridges here. Those aren't flat wall textures. Looks like those are actual, objects being rendered out. So, the environment does actually look pretty good. Remember, this is 1995. It does look pretty good for 1995. Actually, I would say it looks better than AVP. It definitely looks better than AVP. Although AVP has a much larger draw distance, which is beneficial. This game does move at a much more brisk pace, though. So, okay, our exit's actually back this way, so let's go this way. Yeah, I really hope there are continues. Because if there aren't, then I don't know how the hell I would have beaten this game back in the day. If we die and it turns out there are no continues, let me go online afterwards and research that, because I really don't think I would have finished this back in the day if there were 0 continues. So Yeah. So now I'm not entirely sure if you can refill your, you know, your special meter down in the bottom left. And here's the exit. Wow, it drops you right on one of those. That's fantastic. Reminds you of the MechWarrior games. This is pretty much the whole game. Then I'm sorry, but it sucks. Well, there are some mix-ups. Some of the level design does become a little bit shorter, a little more deliberate, seemingly. Once we get to stage 4 or stage 5, there's also a lights out mechanic. You have to find the computer terminals to light everything back up. But yeah, I wouldn't say it sucks, personally. It's just, I think it's just I would say it's mediocre at worst. It's average at best. That's it. But if you want some games on Saturn that really suck, I could show you some games on Saturn that really suck. I try to put everything into perspective when I talk about, you know, the qualities of a game, or if a game's good or bad or average or whatever. I'm not like, dude, it just sucks. Like, that's, yeah, that's not me. So, yeah, again, I also take things like price into consideration, too. Cheap game. You got a couple hours to burn. You want to experiment with a, you know, a seemingly decent engine, first-person shooter engine on the system. Then, yeah, I could think of worse things to do with your time and money. And if you're a liberal arts guy and you like really... Well, never mind. Liberal arts guy likes a lot of different types of first-person shooters, even if they aren't very particularly great. So if you're like liberal arts guy, you know, you might actually dig this game for what it is. I mean, I actually enjoyed this game quite a bit back in the day. I mean, again, I paid $10 for a brand new sealed copy. You know, back when Toys R Us still had Saturn games. And, you know, I got a, you know, full night's worth of play out of it. And I went back to it multiple times over the years. So, I'd say it was worth it. Now, if this was like a rare $100 game, yeah, it would be terrible. Yeah, Virtual Highlight is not a good game. I actually do have that, and I'm trying to figure out what I want to do with that as far as the stream is concerned. I think I need to stream it on Twitch first to get used to it. I do know it's got some really odd mechanics, like you don't level up in it. And for some reason it has a scoring system. Alright, let's go this way first. Yeah, you can see how some of these guys are getting a little bit faster. I mean, the enemies do get harder, and the enemies do get faster. There are new enemy types, so, you know, what you see as far as level design is concerned is pretty much what the rest of the game is going to be like. But as far as enemies and things like that, they will get more challenging. I do have to become more careful. And so look at that, the key is right in the same room as the exit is. So again, I'm just going to try to clear out these other hallways just to make sure I'm not missing any special items or upgrades. I'm actually really surprised I haven't gotten a weapon upgrade yet. So, you know, I know it was probably said jokingly, but maybe this was meant to be kind of like a roguelike. You know, item placement's totally random. Weapon drops and upgrade drops are totally random. Maybe it was actually meant to be like that, intentionally. I always thought that, it was, like, they were just rushed. You know, maybe Sega was, like, paying them, you know, because Sega published it, so, you know, Sega had some say in the matter. Sega was probably like, you know, we need to get this out ASAP, you know, Saturn needs some games, and so they just kind of rushed it out. I don't know. Or maybe it was just, yeah, maybe it was meant to be more roguelike than anything. Yeah, Congo is definitely not a great game. That's got some very, very frustrating parts in it. Very frustrating parts. Yeah, I actually really wish that game was better because it actually has a decent engine. I think it, for 1995, or I think it was 95 when it came out, It's actually a pretty good looking game as well. And it's one of those Saturn first-person shooters that doesn't rely fully on polygons. It's got a lot of 2D sprites coming at you at all times. This game uses 2D sprites for a lot of stuff too. Your firepower, the enemies, things like that. But the environment itself is also clearly, you know, rendered and not just flat texture work. The Congo has an interesting look to it. Yeah, this is a very early release. Yeah, 1995. And yeah, no, don't get me wrong. I'm not like trying to defend some of the design choices, like landing on top of those pads that hurt you. That itself, though, I think is a result of everything just being randomly generated. So, you know, that's one of the issues you have to worry about with randomly generating dungeons and things like that in games in general, not just first-person shooters. Although I guess if you were, you know, you were programming the game, you could actually have calls in there to basically have the game recognize that you're going to spawn right on top of a damage sector, and then they could, you know, move you to the right a little bit or to the left or something like that. And the devs are just kind of too lazy to implement that. Another missile, but that's not a weapon upgrade. I want weapon upgrades, not missiles. There's another missile right there. Don't need it. And this is our key. Yes, this is actually becoming a little aggravating. We haven't gotten any weapon upgrades yet, which is surprising. Usually you get a bunch in the early parts of the game. It's not the developers, Carlos. I think you completely missed the fact that everything is randomly generated. So don't blame the developers so much as the random generator system. But that's the thing. You'll have one playthrough where you're like halfway fully upgraded. You know, halfway to be fully upgraded in the first couple levels. And then you have another run like this where there are only weapon downgrades. But we are getting a lot of missiles at least, so I could theoretically use my missiles. Here we go. These are stronger enemies right here, and they also do more damage. Ooh, that's a weapon upgrade right there. So like I said, we're going to do laser. What's great about the weapon upgrade is it also extends your ammo. And that actually replenishes our bar, I believe. So let's go ahead and use our refresh to get our health back. And there we go. Laser ammo. And I think that's pretty much it. Let's go ahead and switch back to, okay. Our regular Vulcan. There we go. I don't know what I got hit by there at the end. There must have been an enemy. I've never played Fatal Labyrinth. Yeah, House of the Dead on Saturn, it's a playable game, but it's not... I want to say it's a bad port, but it's also just one of those games that shouldn't have been on the Saturn to begin with. The Saturn is not a kind of console that House of the Dead should have been on. House of the Dead ran on much, much more powerful hardware, and the Saturn just could not do it justice. So yeah, I don't recommend Saturn House of the Dead. But, I mean, if you really have to have another light gun game on the system, I mean, you don't have a gazillion different options, so it's worth having if you have a light gun, but it's still not a very good way to play House of the Dead. Alright, so as you can see, it's super dark, and what we need to do is find a computer terminal to get the lights back on. And, oh, okay, this is the exit. Good to know. Now, one thing that's nice about the exit and the map is that if you look in the top left very closely, you can actually see a tiny little gap on the right-hand side of that rectangular block. That indicates the exit. So now that we know the exit's up there, we can just come right back. We don't have to worry about getting lost. This is one of the nice things about having this map system in place. So Again, computer terminals are always on walls, so you kind of have to just look around and hug the walls and to try to find it. You don't have to turn the lights on. At least I don't think you have to. There we go. Okay, so there the level actually indicated a secret. I noticed that there was a gap in that wall, which was interesting. So sometimes that happens too. Oh, very long hallway here. Interesting. Alright, it's another missile supplement. Okay, we got some more damage pads right there. And, okay, still no computer terminal. Let me look at this wall first. Yeah, nothing there, nothing there. And let's just go through. Hey, Sleepwalking, welcome back. Yeah, it could keep things somewhat interesting to replay, for sure. I think it would make things more interesting if the level design itself was actually more interesting. Just a lot of thin hallways like this, or very narrow hallways. The enemies aren't particularly interesting to fight, although it is fun to fight them when you've got a bunch in the same room. Because then you have to actually try to do some real dodging. Okay, so there's actually an enemy through here. There we go. So we're gonna have to go back as well. So yeah, the goal is still to find the key, but finding the key is a lot easier when you can find the computer terminal first. Sometimes you'll spawn and the computer terminal will just be right in front of you. There we go. We have some lights now. So it's a little bit easier to navigate. Let's see. Hey, Life, welcome back. Game Eagle. Did I say hi to Game Eagle? I don't think I really said hi to anybody on the stream. But hi, everybody. It's like an FPS where you're stuck in limbo. And Limbo has really good full motion videos. Yeah, I mean, the production values are very solid on the FMV in particular. Very nice full motion video for 1995 standards. A lot of FMV on consoles was super cheesy back then. But I think it's actually aged rather well. It's actually held up rather well. It also helps that they weren't trying to render people. They were rendering, you know, machines. And they're futuristic looking machines too, so they, you know, the designs hold up well. Alright, the key's gotta be over here, because we've gone everywhere else already. Another missile. Man, this game is just loading me with missiles. It's loading me up with missiles. So maybe I should just use my missile. Alright, there's our key. Yeah, one thing I don't like about the shoot button also sharing the same button as the open function is that, you know, if you're not right up against a door, you're going to actually end up firing instead of opening the door. And if you got your missiles equipped, you're gonna waste a missile. Missiles are limited, so you know, much more limited than your other ammo, I mean. Alright, trying to come up this way. Hey Isaiah, welcome back. Let's see. I'm wondering if it's enemies are respawning or if it's more enemies appear when you grab the key. I'm not sure exactly how it works, but enemies are absolutely respawning. We've done everything already. Another missile. Alright, got our health back. The missiles are pretty handy for the tankier enemies. Yeah, if it's gonna keep giving me missiles, I might as well, you know, use some missiles. Yeah, I enjoy the soundtrack too, liberal arts guy. Yeah, that's pretty cool. The lights actually stay on from level to level. That's nice. There's our key already. So now my choice is to rush and find the exit or try to get myself upgraded, assuming the game lets me. More Vulcan ammo. There's the exit. Okay. We're on floor 6. If I remember correctly, there are a lot of floors in this game. Like, okay, there's a weapon upgrade. Let's go ahead and do Vulcan here. There we go. Nice. So I guess the Vulcan upgrade is decent because you do actually fire at a faster rate than you can firing manually. Missile upgrade? Not upgrade, but just missile replenishment. Let's go ahead and switch back to missiles. Yeah, missiles are very good against those almost octopus-looking things. And it looks like they do have some sort of homing property as well. This will fill in the rest of our map. Yeah, something I wanted to mention at the top of the stream was that I actually put up a poll to decide this week's stream. I was planning on doing Battle Monsters or Robotica anyway, but I decided to do a poll on YouTube, and we ended up having about like 80 plus people vote, which is really cool. So we had a really good turnout there. And it was fun. You guys picked Robotica. Most of you picked Robotica. Or I should say a majority picked Robotica. But we will do Battle Monsters in the coming weeks, for sure. Battle Monsters is a 2D fighting game with really, really cheesy graphics. But it's a fun game. So, but thanks to all that participated in that poll. In the future, when I have, you know, when I'm a little torn on what I'm gonna stream, I'll do another poll, because that was definitely fun. I enjoyed that quite a bit. All right, hold on a second, guys. Okay. Floor 7. Making progress. Yeah, nice. This is gonna fill in our entire map. Let's make sure there's nothing else in here. Items can be buried away in just the corners of the rooms, so you really want to check every little nook and cranny. There's our key. So you'll notice me just like constantly circling around as I play. That is basically me doing a quick check of all the corners of a room. These guys are moving a lot faster. That's the exit. Okay. It crashed and reset on you? I mean, that's the NES for you, Mario. Yeah. Kind of sucks. Make sure your, you know, that your cart is very clean. Make sure your NES contacts are very clean. Although knowing you probably got a replacement 72-pin connector in there. Okay, I need to be careful. I'm actually running low on health. I'm gonna switch back to our laser. The reason I'm not using laser that much is because ammo is more limited. So I run out of ammo really fast with my laser. And I'm not using my refresh yet because these gated doors, by the way, you can actually shoot through, which is a nice feature. Hey, Krusty. Well, I mean, most NES's Mario are from 1990 or before. You're not alone there. It's not like they manufactured NES's in 2010. Although that would be nice if they did. Have some more modern NES's that are a little more reliable. Like official hardware, not cheap clone stuff. Imagine if companies like Nintendo had continued to do that. I don't know if it would have been even possible with the original chips and whatnot. Alright, so we have to switch. Okay, we just upgraded our missiles, but that unfortunately did not upgrade our ammo for the missiles, which is a bummer. Just gonna squeeze through this hallway, see what's here. Another upgrade, sure. Okay, there we go, more missile ammo. You know, I'm thinking more missile ammo is actually probably a good idea. I'm out of ammo. Speaking of which. Ooh, Vulcan. Level 3 in Vulcan with 500 ammo. The game can't keep up with the level 3 Vulcan. It's slowing down more. Alright, let's go here. Yeah, and it looks like our health basically carries over from level to level. And refresh is not giving us a whole lot. Hey, Krusty, I missed your front mission stream yesterday, unfortunately, because it was my late night at work. But how's the rest of that playthrough going for you? By the way, anyone that likes live streaming, you should check out Krusty's channel. I am going to post a link in the chat so you guys can check him out. And he's playing Front Mission Gun Hazard right now, which is a lot like the Assault Suit series, and it's really awesome, actually. So go check him out. Subscribe to his channel. And yeah, go do that. It's awesome so far. Very nice. Yeah, the original box was discontinued in '93. The top loader was discontinued in '95. No problems, man. No problems. Sega Saturn had a lot of fun games. My friend got it for Christmas. You had Super Nintendo. I remember when he came over with Virtua Fighter and you were in awe. Yeah, I was, you know, I played a Saturn actually before no, that's not true. I played a PS1, I think a demo kiosk somewhere. But like really sinking time to consoles of that era, the Sega Saturn was the first one that I really sunk time into, and I was blown away by it. And that's what led me to get a Saturn over a PS1. You know, sometime in '97, I think. I got into that generation a couple years late, at least when it comes to Saturn and PS1. Actually, I think it might have been '96. It might have been '96 because no, it was '97 because I got a Saturn mid '97 or early '97 for my birthday. And that was intentional. I asked for it. Oh, nice. That was a full shield regen. That was good. And then later that year, my brother got a Nintendo 64. Just a couple months later. So we got a Nintendo 64 and a Saturn in the same year. But I specifically asked for the Saturn for my birthday because I had played it at my friend's house. And I loved it. I had so many good times with it. He had a really good lineup, too. You know, he had Fighting Vipers, he bought Guardian Heroes, he bought, I talked him into buying Galactic Attack, which we both ended up really, really enjoying. And, yeah, basically those 3 games alone just sold me on it. Along with the Bootleg Sampler Volume 2, which had some really good demos on it, like Clockwork Knight, World Series Baseball, videos of Panzer Dragoon, things like that. So I am completely out of ammo. This is great. Seems like it's relatively powerful for what it is, even though it's not even upgraded. Oh, that's a weapon downgrade. Don't want that. See, I don't know if that weapon downgrade is going to downgrade weapons, like my current weapon specifically, or weapons just all the way across the board. So I don't want to touch them now. But yeah, when I got my Saturn, Sega was doing the whole 3 free games thing. So it was, I think it was a $200 system when I got it. Because they were basically desperate. And, I got Virtua Cop, Virtua Fighter 2, and Daytona USA with it. And some of those are still some of my favorite games on the system. Yeah, so, and then shortly after I bought Guardian Heroes, shortly after I bought Galactic Attack, and then Darius Gaiden. And yeah, the Saturn, man, I loved it. I almost had a full collection by 2001. Oh, I grabbed that way too early. So if you see a, you know, if you see a special weapon recharge pickup, you want to use your specials first, then recharge it. Here we go, got our health back. Alright, let's switch back over to Arm Punch for now. Can I import it? No. Dude, I was like 14, man. I didn't even know about importing back then. No, my parents went out and bought the Saturn at probably like a Toys R Us or something, or Best Buy, maybe. I don't know. You gotta understand, Lower Arts guy, as you grow old, as you grow up, you kind of build to things like importing. You know, I didn't just pop out of my mom's womb being like, oh, I know what the Sega Saturn is, and Japanese games, and X-Men vs. Street Fighter, yeah, action replay, baby. I can't even walk yet. Like, it doesn't work like that. So, some people back then were importing games, but not like young teenagers like myself. So, Yeah, my first import Saturn game was the same one, Tony. Dracula X Nocturne in the Moonlight. That was it. And that was, I think, 1998. You know, so about a year and a half after the Saturn came out, I got my first import game. That was a special moment, actually, because I felt like I was special. Because none of my friends had ever really imported games before. But the funny thing is, I wasn't really that special because Electronics Boutique was importing the games. So it's not like I had to go out of my way to get it. I just went up to the, you know, the local video game store and got my game like I normally would with any other game. But imports were a lot more expensive. You know, they were charging $60 or $70 for them. Actually, I think some of them, they imported them at 50 bucks. I think they were able to charge 50 for some of them. But you did have to know that you had to use an action replay, or you had to get like an ST key or something like that to bypass the region protection. But it still felt like a magical experience, you know? That you don't, it's one of those experiences you don't forget. Because not everybody was doing it, you know, even though, like, you could go up to Electronics Boutique in my area and buy some Japanese Saturn games, or go to a place like Starland, which is still around, you still kind of had to be in the know in a certain way to get into it. But that opened the floodgates, man. I started building a really big Saturn Japanese library after that point. And it was great. So many great games. I mean, the US library is actually really solid, too. I don't think the US library gets nearly enough credit. And I think part of that is, I think a lot of people actually haven't experienced a lot of the US library. They've got, like, a select handful of games they probably really enjoy, but there's actually a lot of really good stuff in the US library. But having access to that Japanese stuff just made it so much, you know, just so amazing. Because there's so much stuff available in Japan. The Saturn Japanese library is huge compared to the North American library. And the North American library is not exactly small. It's over 200 games. That's a lot of games for one person to consume. Guess that was the computer I accessed earlier. I think I accessed one. Sonic Jam on Amazon. Oh, you kids and your Amazon. It's okay. We used eBay back in the day. Actually, most of my import Saturn games came from local retail stores. Again, Starland was a huge one. Because they would actually import the games as well, brand new, and then they would also take them in trade. Whereas I don't think Electronics Boutique took import games in trade, even when they were selling them brand new. All right, where's my exit? It's all the way back there. Let's go back. Yeah, very special experience for me personally. It's you know, you can probably count those types of experiences on one hand, but those are memories that you'll never forget. That's what importing Saturn games was like for me. It was less special when I started importing other consoles. It's always your first experience. Well, if it's a good experience, it's always the first experience you remember the most. Well, hell, you can have really bad experiences, still remember those too. And in those cases, I give you my condolences. Yeah, Legend of Oasis is apparently really good, and I still haven't really messed around with that too much. Krusty was dead set against importing as a teen. Maybe he was dumb. Hey, it's okay, man. I was dead set against a lot of things growing up. Like, I'm pretty sure I was dead set against the PlayStation at one point in time. And the Nintendo 64. I was actually kind of dead set against that too. For a year, for about a full year. until I was able to play one at a friend's house for more than just a couple minutes. I played Mario Kart 64 and I was just kind of blown away by that. And then my brother got one. So, you know, I eventually came around to all of them. When you're younger, not even when you're younger, I see this in adults too, and it's kind of sad. You just kind of like push things off, shove things aside, and you say, nah, that's dumb, without even really like looking into it or trying it or giving it time. And that's what I was like all the time as a kid and a teenager, and it's... I hate being like that these days. Like, you know, these days, you know, I might push something off for a while simply because, like, as an adult, I don't have the time that I used to as a kid. But when I was a kid, I would just be like, they're stupid, and just, like, and just go do something else. And I don't know, I was just, like, intentionally ignorant as a kid. And I do still see that in adults with, you know, some of these old consoles and even some modern consoles. But I was really bad about it as a kid, for sure. Hey, Kazuya, welcome back. You've been missing my streams. It's all good. I didn't play Dark Savior, but I actually saw Krusty play it earlier, sometime last year. And, yeah, I don't know about that game. I really wanted to play that, but then I watched Krusty stream it, and now I don't want to play it. Like, it looks alright, but it seems like it's mostly a puzzle game more than it is like an action RPG. So, what are the worst Sega Saturn games I have played? That's a good question. I'll have to think about it. I think Criticom is one of the worst, if not the worst, fighting game on the system. Let's see. I'm trying to think. I'm trying to think of like really, really, really bad Saturn games that are kind of like unplayable. I'm out of ammo too. Remember Iron Man, Exo Manowar not being all that great. Rise 2, Rise of the Robots, not very good. Yeah, that would definitely be up there. Some of the sports games are kind of lazy. I remember, like, Andretti Racing. I tried playing that. I did not really enjoy that very much. It was so sluggish and so slow. Whereas F1 Challenge by Sega, on the other hand, which is a little more arcade style, was actually a lot of fun. Virtual Highlight. That game, although, is kind of like a so bad it's good kind of bad, but it's still really bad. I don't recommend it to anybody. Only masochists. Let's go ahead and use our refresh. Yeah, but I mean, it's all relative, though, home video. Like, the other games I mentioned, they're all playable games. You know, so it also kind of is based on your tastes. I don't know if I've really, aside from Virtual Highlight, I don't know if I've really played many games, or if any games that are really felt totally unplayable. Like, they ran at 3 frames a second or something like that. Like even, like, Saturn Doom, for instance, terrible version of the game, but it's still playable. Like, you really shouldn't play it over any other version, unless that version's the 3DO version. But it's still playable. Like, it's not like it's not like a lot of Saturn games get down to Atari Jaguar levels of bad. Like Hover Strike on the Jaguar, or Club Drive, or something like that. Actually, Club Drive on Jaguar is bad for totally different reasons than frame rate. But you guys kind of understand what I'm getting at. A lot of people will put this on the list of bad Saturn games, and If this is on a list of bad Saturn games, then that goes to show the overall quality of the Saturn's library. I think the Saturn doesn't necessarily have so many, like, actually bad games as much as it does. It has a good amount of... So much as it has a good amount of mediocre games that had a lot of promise. And this would fall into that category.
The ship has arrived on the 11th floor of the fortress. This floor contains active power reactors. Destroy the 4 reactor cores on this floor.
Okay, so now we have to mix things up a little bit. D? Oh, Krusty, the different timelines have different gameplay? Okay. But, a lot of people find Saturn Quake to be bad? Yeah, I don't know about that. I find more people praise it than not. D is a full motion video adventure game. It's usually fairly highly regarded for that genre. Definitely recommended if you're into FMV games. Especially with horror themes. Definitely use some ammo. But yeah, I mean, if you guys want to see real bad games, you know, there's some real bottom-of-the-barrel stuff on platforms like Jaguar and 3DO and whatnot. 32X has a couple of nasty ones. You know, that early era of 3D. Saturn, on the other hand, I guess had it pretty good in comparison. I'm trying to be real slow here because I don't really have any ammo, which is a problem. And again, this is the other thing about upgrading your Vulcan. Like I said earlier, you it just shoots a bunch of shots for you, so you end up just wasting a lot of ammo. I'm gonna assume that's one power reactor down. Yeah, we know you like SNES Doom, Carlos. You've only told us about 25 times now. Seriously. Just like Liberal Arts Guy telling us he likes Saturn Quake. Like, yes, we know Liberal Arts Guy. Yeah, you guys, I mean, for those of you guys that have been around a while, you already know my opinions on Saturn Quake. If anyone wants to hear my opinions again, we'll talk about it some other time. We don't need to regurgitate that subject for the 100th time. It probably has been 100 times by now. Okay, let's use our refresh. I mean, same with Super Nintendo Doom. You guys know my thoughts on that. I've got multiple playthroughs on my channel. I've got a stream of it on my channel. Yeah, lots of Saturn Doom cover. Or sorry, well, yeah, Saturn Doom, but lots of Super Nintendo Doom coverage. Okay, I assume that's it. The original, every home video, you have to realize, is every system has lots of bad games. Every system. The ratio of the good to bad, you know, varies from platform to platform, for sure. But every system has bad games. And every popular system is pretty much guaranteed to have lots of bad games. Because those systems do well on the market, there's a bigger market for it. Everyone and their grandmother wants to make games for it, good or bad. And a lot of companies will rush out games that are half-assed, poorly optimized, or just not fun to play. NES is guilty of it, the Atari 2600 is guilty of it, Genesis is guilty of it, every platform's guilty of it, so it's just kind of a moot point. And it's easy to focus on those bad games too, which that's a trap that people have a tendency of falling into. You know, I was actually watching people play NES on Twitch this week, and some of these people were playing really bad games, either for speedrunning or because they were just trying to experiment with the library. And I started to think to myself, like, man, the NES is not holding up well at all. I don't think I like the NES as much as I used to. You know, stupid thoughts like that started going through my head. Like, seriously, I'm not joking here. And then I fired up the NES on my own, and I played Castlevania, I played Battletoads, I played Ninja Gaiden 1, 2, and 3. I played Darkwing Duck. I played, you know, Contra. I remembered I played Super Mario Brothers, and then I remembered, oh yeah, I was just looking at bad games on the system. But holy crap, the NES is still amazing when I play good games on it, you know? And it's got a lot of really good games. So, yeah. Okay, so we can go for the exit now. Very nice. So this is actually a nice way to mix things up, but if I recall correctly, it's going to go right back to that key format shortly after this. Well, I'm probably not going to do any NES streams here in the near future, but I do plan on doing quite a few NES Let's Plays over the next, you know, month to month and a half. Expect another Battletoads run, expect an updated Darkwing Duck run. Maybe we might be able to get Double Dragon 3 going. I don't know yet. All just speculation at this point. Alright, switch back to our Vulcan. Don't expect me to ever play Bill and Ted Office. Ever. Oh yeah, I can beat Battletoads pretty easily, yeah. Yeah, Battletoads is not a problem for me. I actually have a Let's Play and a Long Play on my channel already, but the Let's Play was before I got my upscalers and whatnot. It was before I got my AVS as well. Yeah, I just remembered some of your Vulcan shots can actually bounce off walls. Look at that. I forgot about that. Yeah, so Battletoads needs a re-record. Plus, you know, I think I've actually gotten better at the game over the years, so, you know, I'll have a little more to share with it. Same with Darkwing Duck. That was before I got my AVS console. So the video quality in my old Let's Play is really bad. So I need to do a re-record. And I've also learned new things too. So that's another game I've gotten better at. And then Double Dragon 3, we're getting close to getting a 1 credit clear on it. So if I can do that consistently, then I'll probably do an updated Let's Play of that, where I wasn't even able to beat the game on my last Let's Play. So yeah. Oh geez, the speeders and the walls. That's the level everyone quotes, but that's only a quarter of the way through the game. Like, you guys haven't even seen the later levels of the game. Like, that speeder level is nothing. Nothing. Wait till you see some of the other nonsense that Battletoads throws at you. It's one of the issues about talking about Battletoads. Everyone's like, turbo tunnels! Oh man, OMG! OMG, turbo tunnels! And it's like, man, you guys have barely seen any of the game. I mean, that's why I like playing Battletoads on stream too, is because I know so many people, like, just get locked up on that one level, and they haven't experienced the rest of the game. The rest of the game is really cool too. Battletoads is an awesome game. It's one of my favorite NES games. It is very challenging, but it's so worth it. Oh, I got another arm punch upgrade. So we're actually getting some weapon upgrades now. Yeah, the snake pit. That's about halfway through the game. Very tough level to memorize. I should probably stop using this. There we go, there's our key. It's nice that the music has changed. It's also nice that this level's pretty short. Seems like some of these earlier levels are bigger. Yeah, that's a good analogy. It's like playing a musical instrument. It's a lot of practice, a lot of repetition, and then a lot of execution. Battletoads doesn't have a lot of improvisation. It's more about the memorization and then the execution. There's nothing wrong with that. As long as it's fun eventually. In Battletoads, like, once you memorize it, man, it is so much fun. There are some memorizer games, especially some Euro-developed ones from back in the day, that aren't really that much fun, even when you know them. But Battletoads is one of those ones. It's a very snappy game. It's very fast-paced. It's very satisfying when you get good at it. You guys saying third level is the level from hell. You guys have no idea what you're talking about. In your experience, it's a level from hell. Try level 12. You think level 3 is bad. Try level 12. Battletoads vs. Double Dragon. Really cool game, from what I can tell. I haven't beaten that one yet. We're getting really close to dying now, which is kind of bad. It's not a port of Battletoads, Liberal Arts guy. I mean, it's just an emulated version of the NES game. But yeah, I mean, it's the same thing. It's literally the exact same thing. Except when I first played it, the Rare Replay collection had a lot of input lag. So I need to try it again and see if that's been fixed. But, yeah, no, I actually bought that right when it came out. Got the achievements on it just because it was, you know... That actually came out right around the time I beat Battletoads for the first time on the NES. And so, yeah, that was like prime time for that to come out. Yeah, some of those games on Rare Replay were customized for the Xbox One versions. Or they were just using, you know, different, you know, settings in the emulators. Like the N64 games, KI Gold and Conker's Bad Fur Day. And a couple of the other ones that were on there. All looked sharper on Xbox One. Like the polygons were sharpened up. The image looked much cleaner. So that was kind of cool. But Battletoads on NES was basically the same, yeah. But I do remember input lag, and you had a rewind feature. Oh, man. Let's see. Let's see if there's anything I missed. I don't think there was anything I really missed. Liberal Arts Guy says, Battle Arena Toshinden Remix, you didn't think it was very good. I think it's okay. I actually have it. That's another one we'll probably stream sometime. Yeah, Toshinden Remix is actually really cheap too, so I don't think it's too bad for the price. It's like a $8 game, or $10 game if you buy it from Japan. Yeah, the issue with Toshinden Remix... Well... Toshinden itself was a cutting-edge game when it came out, but it was also one of the earlier games in that generation in general to, I think, age the poorest. But I still have a soft spot for the Saturn version because it adds a bunch of features, like... and it has a better style than the PS1 version, a little better polish, like in its menu system, and it's got full motion video sequences that the PS1 version doesn't have. This is pretty cool. Not a great playing game, but I don't think it's necessarily a bad game. Man, this is getting pretty tight now. It's like, oh, Austin, you're gonna have to actually start playing the game. Oh, I have to actually press buttons now and think about what I'm doing. That's a problem. But yeah, worst fighting games on Saturn, in my opinion, are, you know, Rise of the Robots 2. Which, you know, that game could have actually been pretty cool, but the problem is its controls are so laggy that it's really difficult to enjoy. It's very difficult to constantly pull off moves. Everything feels slow. When you make contact with enemies, it feels like there's no... You don't feel like you're making an impact at all. Like, when you hit in Street Fighter, or you hit in, you know, Mortal Kombat, you feel like you're connecting with the enemy. And in Rise of the Robots 2, and this is the same problem with the first game, you don't get that feeling at all. You know, you feel like you're punching a hard wall of jello. Not to mention the way the collision works and the way, you know, enemy staggering works. Basically, there is none. You can't do combos or anything like that either. And combos in the mid-90s were becoming a pretty big deal. Alright, so that was the exit, but I want to check over here, see if there's anything else. I actually do like the difference in effects when you kill enemies. So when you kill enemies, the screen flashes red. When you take damage, there's this static interference that appears on your screen. So there's actually a difference, which is pretty cool. Dino Rex for arcade? I never played Dino Rex. Of the videos I've seen, though, it didn't look very good. Let's see. Wow, floor 15. Probably gonna come up here on a new full motion video sequence in a bit, I bet. Assuming we survive. See, I'm a little worried that we're not gonna get a continue. I do like that these, you know, despite the simplicity, the corridors are changing. Like, you notice that you got these, you know, ceiling supports that come down to the ground and they stretch out onto the floor. So it's not like it's the exact same wall structures on every level, which is nice. I just wish the colors changed. Like, maybe have a level that's blue, you know, or red instead of gray. I'd rather play Shaq Fu than play Rise of the Robots 2. Honestly. Shaq Fu's not great, obviously, but it has some redeeming factors. Like, some of the music's pretty cool. Animation's really nice in Shaq Fu. And you can kind of cheese your way to victory. But in a perfect world, I'd rather not play either of them. Wow, this is a big level. You have this, but Japanese. Yeah, we're playing the Japanese one, too. It's the exact same game. With the only difference being, on full motion video sequences, there might be a, you know, some Japanese text on, like, the top right of the screen. I noticed that on the introduction screen. Or the introduction full motion video. But that's... yeah, everything else is in English, surprisingly. What do I think of this game? I think it's okay. It's not great, but I don't think it's terrible either. This isn't the first time I've played it, by the way, guys. I owned this game as a kid, or as a teenager. So I played this, you know, a decent amount growing up. But I haven't beaten the game since then. And you know, again, I don't know if we get continues, so I don't even know if we're gonna finish the game. But we're gonna try. Should probably use those missiles since I have them. Balls. Yeah, balls is not great. I mean, if we're talking the Super Nintendo version or Genesis versions, yeah, they're not great. I would put the 3DO versions higher than something like Shaq Fu, but even then, it's still not a great game. But the 3DO version is definitely better than the 16-bit ones. Oh, nice. It's probably the funniest thing I've heard you say in a while, Tony. In a perfect world, we would still be getting new Saturn games. This is true. This is very true. In a perfect world, no one would feel the need to complain about games all the time as if their opinions actually mattered. One can dream. Alright, let's check out this last room. And where is our exit? Okay, it's that middle room. Okay. Okay, laser, arm punch, Vulcan. We're going with laser this time. Oh, that's weird. Uh-oh, I think the game glitched out. Okay, no, there we go. It's not letting me shoot my lasers. This is really weird. It's not letting me do my arm punch either. I hope that fixes itself by the next level. There we go. Yeah, that was nasty. The game glitched out. I couldn't use two of these weapons. Floor 16. Honestly, you know, I'm not having a bad time with this. I'm not sitting here like, man, this is really boring and tedious. I thought it was gonna be like that when I was gonna play this, but I'm not feeling that at all. Like, I wouldn't say like I'm having a phenomenal time or anything, but I'm not having a bad time either. I'm just kind of like, eh, just going with the flow and just continuing to play the game. It's been pretty chill so far. I'm gonna get some flack for this, but I'd rather play this than play Saturn Quake. Shit, I think I just saw my subscriptions drop by 100. You know, one thing that is good about this game is I'm not fighting with the controls. The collision detection pretty much works perfectly. My bullets aren't going through enemies like they would in Saturn Quake. Like, I can play very deliberately and it pays off 100%. So while like the level design is just, you know, quite average, the gameplay itself is actually fine. I'm actually enjoying the gameplay. This game also didn't cost me a bunch of money. Now, I'm not saying this game is, like, objectively better. I'm just saying I would rather actually spend time with this than spend time with Saturn Quake again. I would much rather play Deadalus than the Deadalus encounter. Yeah, so for anyone that doesn't know, Deadalus Encounter is a full motion video game. It was on 3DO, it was on PC. Not sure if it ever made it to PS1. And actually, you know, Deadalus Encounter is actually one of those games I haven't actually played for more than just a couple seconds. So I don't know if it actually gets good for the kind of game it is. Alright, we have to go up top. Top being the top of the map, of course. There we go. Deadalus Opus? Haven't played that. I think Titus probably had a couple of good games. Yeah, Titus had been around for a really long time, actually. A lot of us will only know them as console devs, but they actually, they were, fairly prevalent in the, computer space back in the day. Over in Europe, in particular. And apparently some of their computer games are actually pretty decent. I saw a driving game that actually seemed, pretty solid. Jeez, I was trying to open the door, but I just wasn't on it. You know, right after I say, oh, the collision detection is perfect. Maybe the door detection is not all that great. The rest of it's okay. The gunplay is fine. Yeah, that's the fun thing about eating well, Kazuya, is when you go back and eat junk food again, it's like the most amazing junk food ever. You know, you start to build up a tolerance to that stuff after a while. Your taste buds do, anyway. Although in some cases, if you eat well, you'll go back to eating, like, ice cream. You'll be like, ah, this doesn't taste as good as it used to. Like, the sugar's too much for me now. Yeah, some stuff, if you don't eat it all the time, like, it starts to taste better. You're not so used to it. Yeah, I don't know if Artie Lightfoot's any good. I do remember them advertising that game back in the day, though. I do like that the music is picked up a little bit. What PC games did I play? In general, like, I've played hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of PC games. That's not a, yeah. Shield generator energy full recovered. Okay, that gave me just all my, shield energy back. Yeah, I try to tell this to people. Don't tell yourself you're on a diet. That says that you're gonna go back to eating junk food all the time. You need to like, your diet is what you're consuming. You don't go on a diet. Your diet is what you pump into your body. You can choose to have a good diet. You can choose to have a bad diet. You can choose to have... You know, you can choose to eat veggies one day and then eat junky the next. That's fine. But part of the problem with people trying to lose weight is they go on quote-unquote diets, and that's not the right way to go about it. You need to just completely change what you eat and keep it that way. You need to adjust your diet. Health Coach Austin. Sponsored by Robotica. Yeah, because as you get older, your body... I mean, your body really needs good nutrients all the time. It needs vegetables, it needs all the stuff that comes with that territory. And as you get older and you don't adjust over to more of a plant-based diet, not necessarily plant-based, but, you know, a diet that consists of a lot of vegetables, you're going to start feeling the repercussions of it before you even hit 40. And I say that as someone that's there right now. And as of this moment in time, I feel like my body is falling apart. But adjusting what I shove into my mouth has definitely helped a lot. And these are permanent changes. You can't make them temporary changes. If you want to live a long time. Yeah, you can't be 38 eating pizza rolls every night. You will probably die in your 40s. This has become a really morbid stream, but that's okay. Yeah, exercise does help, but diet helps a lot more. A good diet helps a lot more. This is sponsored by Domino's Chicken Bites. Hey, Greg. Speaking of which, I am going to get some chicken bites soon, probably, because I got a Domino's gift card for Christmas, so it's like I might as well use it. Chicken bites and pizza. I'm not sure when I'm going to use it. I should probably wait and save it for one of those pay periods where I have, like, no money at all. And then I can just go get Domino's one night. Oh, that was fast. Yeah, something I wanted to note as well is a lot of Saturn games actually use the Saturn's internal sound hardware to generate the music, and this is one of those games that does that. So everything you hear isn't actually... Wow, that was fast. See, I don't know if there's anything over there. I'm gonna go back and try that again. Everything you hear is being generated by the Saturn's internal sound hardware. It had actually a really good sound hardware. Dude, these hover jets make me go really fast. Trying to explore this room, see if there's anything in here but enemies, and it's all just enemies. It's not very exciting. Yeah, so you can use your hover jet to, you know, float over those pads. Yeah, I don't give a thumb. Those are great tips for sure. Stress work is a big negative factor, and it takes incremental steps for sure. Yeah, and that's kind of where I'm at right now. A couple of years ago, I went when I, was diagnosed with the type 2. I went really hard just overnight, straight to like full just vegetables and meat, and I pretty much just got rid of carbs completely. No more ice cream, no more junk food, no more refined sugar. But a few months later, I got back into my old habits again, as I had got my body weight down, my sugar levels got back down to normal. And I just fell right back into my old habits. And yeah, so it's... what I'm finding now is I'm trying to get back in that direction, is that the incremental steps have helped a lot more. Cutting out things like alcohol has helped a lot too. Because for me, alcohol usually leads to eating lots of junk food. Not just, on my hangover day, but weeks afterwards. And so it's not like the alcohol is kind of like a gateway back to all that nastiness. And now I'm still not eating well, but I'm eating better and I'm moving myself in the right direction. I've lost weight. So that's good. So it's, yeah, you got to make incremental steps. You've also got to be disciplined, and you've got to give up some old habits sometimes to make these new, better habits stick. And you need to get it to a point where, like, if you go to a restaurant, you're not scared to get a salad or something like that, or get something that's focused more on, stuff that's good for you, instead of gorging out on the unhealthiest thing there because you crave it. You gotta get yourself to the point where you don't crave that stuff anymore. But for a lot of us, we were raised on junk food. We were raised on lots of meat. I pretty much had zero vegetables in my life growing up because I was a picky eater and my parents gave up on me pretty early. They would just feed me chicken nuggets, grilled cheese sandwiches, macaroni and cheese, like all the time, because they didn't want to deal with my pickiness. Being two parents that worked stressful jobs, they'd come home from work stressed, and last thing they'd want to deal with is me like whining about eating vegetables at the table. So that actually led me down like a really bad path in terms of, my, what I put into my body. Okay, this is actually really bad. Can I get through here? Let's see if I can get through here. Yeah, definitely, Joseph. If you get lazy, which I am absolutely guilty of, and you go out and you get fast food every day, you're not going to put that money towards like buying good food at the grocery store and actually spending time cooking for yourself at home. That's another thing too. And I have found that's helped too. I've been getting less fast food. Or if I do get fast food, I've been making a more concerted effort to go to a place like Subway and get a salad. I love their chopped salads with just spinach and like tomatoes and onions and whatever. And I feel much better than I do if I go to a place like Burger King and get a big ass burger with, carb-ridden fries. They're delicious, but they are also terrible for me. One of the things I struggle with is I do work overnight, and so, if I need to get food on the go, it is difficult to get healthy food on the go at the time of night I work. So that's another problem, but that's a personal issue that, I'm slowly working at getting over. I'm packing more of my own lunches again, which is good. I'm eating oatmeal. Sometimes I'll just bring a pack of instant oatmeal to work. I drink lots more water. I pretty much only drink water now. And I drink a lot of it. Being a picky eater really sucks when you have to go to restaurants with your family. Yeah, no, totally. Or even with friends as an adult. You're like, well, I really like burgers and pizza. And tacos. I don't like Chinese food. I don't really like, you know, other forms of Asian food. I don't like Indian. I don't like Thai. You know. It's just me having grown up on, like, the American diet. But I do try to experiment more when I'm in those situations now. It's just gonna suck if this is the end of the game. Because I really want to, you know, assuming we don't get continues. Because I really wanted to do a full long play of this if I could. And I'm dead. Yeah, spinach is where it's at for me. Like, man, once I started doing that, I fell in love with spinach. Like, it's... I don't even know why people eat lettuce after discovering spinach. Oh, man. That was floor 20. Oh, nice. Cool. It just throws us back a couple levels. Sweet. So you continue automatically. Yeah, the thing about real food, I'm gonna call it real food, is that if you've been living off fast food your whole life, it's gonna take a while to adjust to the taste of real food. But once you adjust to it, it tastes really good. And then fast food starts to taste nasty. You're like, man, why am I eating this? But it's very, very easy to fall back into that fast food trap. Yeah, it looks like my weapons were downgraded too. No, it's not live. It's not live at all. No, we're not live. We're not live at all. FYI, if there's a chat box, it's live. YouTube doesn't give you a chat box if it's not live. For anyone curious. In case you were wondering. In case you were wondering. It is a shame we're not live. It sucks. We should be live. I mean... It is a live stream. It should be live. I'm very disappointed that it's not. What did I just run into? I think I ran into an enemy. That was weird. Hey, Executioner, how you doing, man? Thanks, Krusty. You know, I didn't even realize that too, but you're right, it does. That's awesome. Alright, Vulcan level 3. Wait. I don't think that was the exit. I'm gonna check anyway. No, it's not. That Alien game, the first one on PS1, actually came out on Saturn as well. Alien Trilogy. Still haven't found my computer terminal though. Let's check this column. Nice, got all my shield energy back. Okay, yeah, no, it's definitely not there. The sentence was too dyslexic for this world. Yeah, I mean, a chat box can come up sometimes if I'm doing a premiere, but yeah, it's pretty obvious it's a premiere. I mean, it says it on the thumbnail you click on, for one. So, I mean, I figure, like, that'd be a giveaway. But also, I go live at the exact same time every Thursday. So, if you see something from me on a Thursday around this time, I am definitely live. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. It's just what we do here. There we go. So we turned the lights on right at the very end, which was good. I think I am going to play these levels a little bit faster though now, since we've gone through them already. And yeah, this mechanic with shooting before opening doors is actually pretty annoying now, because I just waste a lot of ammo. No butts. No butts allowed. Upgrade that laser. Hey, Retro Simon. The banding on the weapon texture. There is no weapon texture. Your weapons in this game is just a sprite. It's a 2D image overlaid on top of the gameplay. That's all it is. It's not they're not polygons. I'd say you can more or less tell it's a Saturn based on the texture quality in the floors and walls. Things like that. Saturn games have a very distinct look compared to PS1. Textures have a tendency of being chunkier. A little bit harder to tell in this game, but polygons are usually blockier. Just because of the difference in how Saturn renders or displays polygons, displays all that stuff. Yeah, I mean, not all PS1 games have warping in the geometry. But yeah, that was a very common thing on PS1 titles for sure. That was definitely one of the giveaways that you were playing a PS1 game. But I think there's too much stuff on the HUD. In the middle, yes. I think it's fine on the outsides. I think all that information is pretty useful, like laser, level, shield, refresh, map, all that stuff. It tells us whether we have the key or not. But yeah, all the stuff in the middle I could do without, except for yeah, most of the stuff in the middle I could do away with. I'm gonna try to kill these guys just to see if they drop anything. And they dropped nothing. I'm doing alright, Simon. Thanks for asking. Yeah, I mean, I've gotten used to the, the stuff in the middle. It's not a huge deal, but I could do without it, for sure. The radar in the bottom left to that middle part is actually really handy. They could have done that. They could have put that on, like, farther to the left of the screen or something like that. They didn't have to shove it there in the middle. I'm out of ammo again. Full shield, which is good. I'd rather have full ammo. Alright, let's just try to get out of here. Also cutting on fast food and your energy's gone. I know the feeling, man. Trust me, give it a few weeks. Give it a few weeks and your energy will come back up. You gotta let your body get used to the change in diet. There we go. There's some missiles. Let's go ahead and use those. That's the exit. I mean, those shield refills are nice, but I do really want ammo. Okay, get out of my way. I mean, you're hovering on top of my missile, squid thingy-majig. It's more like a squid-spider hybrid, now that I think about it. You know, the longer I play this game, the longer I think, like, it's really not a bad game. It's just, yeah, I think it's undercooked. The combat itself is, pretty solid. Yeah, Lutfi, I mean, we do that occasionally. We do that occasionally. So, I mean, I'm not like a health coach or anything, but I, I do have quote-unquote type 2 diabetes and fatty liver disease, so I kind of understand the whole your body can go to hell concept because you eat poorly. So I can at least provide, advice there for people that are wanting to know. Type 2 diabetes is one of those things you don't have to have, though. If you get it, you can get rid of it by eating right. And it goes away really fast, too. We talked about this many times on this stream, but I don't actually like the term type 2 diabetes either. I really feel like they should call it something else completely. They should call it you're a fat ass and unwilling to change your diet disease. That's really what it is. Because type 1 diabetes is a totally different thing, and it's a very, very bad thing. If you have type 1 diabetes, then it's completely different from type 2 diabetes. There you go. Krusty's got type 1. So Krusty's got to pump himself full of insulin every day. And he has no choice about it. If he doesn't do it, he dies. Type 2 diabetics, their blood sugar levels go skyrocket because they eat poorly and they don't want to change their habits. And then they have to pump themselves full of insulin because their body becomes insulin resistant. With type 1 diabetics, their bodies can't produce the insulin it's supposed to. So they're actually quite different. But yes, if you have type 2 diabetes and you don't want to be on insulin anymore or be taking medication, you need to eat right. You need to eat vegetables. You could start just eating a lot of meat and vegetables. If you don't want to do the meat thing, then just go all veggie or vegan. But yes, type 2 can be reversed. Type 1, you're screwed. I mean, type 1 diabetics, like, you know, there's that's come so long, like you know, like Krusty. I didn't even know Krusty was type 1 diabetic. Yeah, he just seemed like completely normal. So, you know, you still live just fine as a type 1 diabetic, but your life is more of a pain than it is for others. I actually have several friends locally that are type 1 diabetic, coincidentally. And I don't know if this is just coincidence, but like they're all sticks too. And I noticed Krusty's actually fairly skinny too. If his old streams from last year were anything to go by. So I wonder if there's a connection. I want to say that insulin well, never mind. I'm not going to go there. I thought there's some relation between insulin and how your body stores fat. And if your body's not producing that insulin naturally, then maybe your body's less likely to store fat. Maybe that's why type 1 diabetics a lot of times are really skinny. I don't know. Yeah, you still have the power to control it, Krusty, but you have to control it in a totally different way. With type 2, you know, someone can just change their eating habits and then they can get off the insulin completely. Whereas you pretty much have to... You have to inject yourself, or... I think they have different types of technology now where you don't actually even have to use needles anymore. I think one of my friends was talking about something like that. Maybe you can clarify more on that or talk more about that, Krusty. I don't know. But yeah, type 1 diabetes is like, you know, one of your primary organs just doesn't function the way it's supposed to. And so, you know, you can't really do anything about that. But type 2 diabetes is more of a dietary thing. Your weight varied a lot when you're undiagnosed. Yeah, you weigh like 165 and you're 6'6". Yeah, that's... Wow. Dude, that is super light for 6'6". That is crazy, dude. I don't know how many floors are in the game, unfortunately. But we are on floor 21, but if we die, it seems like we get sent back several floors. Jeez, man, like right now. This is bad. I'm dead again. Okay, so what I think is happening here is that you have groups of levels, and when you die, you go back to the start of that group of levels. So it's kind of like every few floors you get a checkpoint, and it seems like that's what's happening here. But yeah, the big issue I'm running into is I just don't have ammo. I just keep running out. Enemies aren't dropping enough of ammo. They're not dropping enough ammo replenishments. And they're not dropping upgrades either. Yeah, and you can see, like, this level has actually rearranged itself again. This pillar that we see here, well, right here, this was much farther down the last time we did this. We're at 5 out of 5 missiles. I'll leave that there. I actually shouldn't have used missiles on those guys because they die in one hit with just any other gun. Yeah, there were a couple, several mech games that all had similar themings, similar styles around the same time. Kiliak and its sequel were made by the same company, though, I believe. And there was a game on 3DO called Burning Force, which was an on-rails shooter, full motion video, but it was also done by the same company that did Kiliak. So you did have multiple games on different systems with similar themes, but some of them were actually made by the same companies. Casual actually played this game back in the day. Very nice. I think Liberal Arts Guy was the only other one in here that had played this, so it's cool to see other people that had played it. I played it too back in the day. Do I like any JRPGs? I like some, but it's not a genre that I've played a lot of. I played them more a long time ago when I was a kid. So I grew up on the first Final Fantasy and Dragon Warrior, aka Dragon Quest. Played Final Fantasy 2 and 3 on Super Nintendo pretty much religiously. I loved those games back in the day. So Final Fantasy 4 and 6. Action JRPGs like Secret of Mana. Played that a ton. We even did a live stream of that last year. There's not a lot else, to be honest with you. I did play Xenoblade Chronicles a few years back, and I loved that game. I really, really enjoyed it. Ran through Chrono Trigger for the first time a couple years back. Yeah, and I honestly haven't played too many others. I generally prefer to play action games. Tony's heading out. See you, Tony. Oh, Brahma Force was also Genki? I should check that out. Yeah, is Genki not around anymore? Yeah, I was always wondering, always wondered what happened to them. Because they were around in the PS2 and Dreamcast era. Is this Saturn? This game only came out on Saturn, so you tell me. Yeah, turn-based, you know, it's got to have a certain kind of flow to it. Like Final Fantasy 4 and 6, I thought flowed really well as turn-based games. I mean, even for the time, Final Fantasy 1 flowed pretty well. Much better to me than the Dragon Quest games. It always felt to me like the first Final Fantasy was more streamlined for the era. But yeah, if turn-based combat is slow and it's tedious, yeah, I don't like it. Like, a good example is Albert Odyssey on Saturn. The combat is very slow, and not to mention the Saturn version of the game, it takes forever to load into a fight and get out of a fight. So it's a chore to fight. But if the fighting is snappy and fast and fluid, with a lot of variety, like Final Fantasy VI, I like it. But a lot of RPGs get that part. For me, in my taste, they get it wrong. Big time. And I think that's one reason why I probably didn't play as many JRPGs as I probably would have wanted to, because they just got really boring after a while. They're really hard for me to stomach. I remember playing Legend of Heroes on PSP, the first one, and I ended up actually beating that game. And by the end of the game, not even by the end of the game, it was like, not even by the halfway point, I got really tired with the game. It was so slow to get into battles. The combat itself was slow. All the fights also became really predictable, and there were some other things I didn't like about it, but I really loved Xenoblade Chronicles because it took like the action RPG style and mixed it with turn-based elements. So you can still move around freely. You could try to run from battles. You could, run away from enemies. You could, get closer or get farther away. And it was all real-time, like it was a third-person action game. But you still had cooldowns on all of your attacks, and so you still had downtime. There was still strategy to it. But it was fun. It was like I never got tired of the combat in that game. A lot of it was also the sound design, the feedback you'd get when your characters would connect with their hits. And then it just so happens that, the world building, the story, and all that stuff was also really good, to me. I really enjoyed it. The music was amazing. Probably one of the best looking games on the Wii as well, which didn't hurt. Trade a modded Wii U for Saturn HDMI? That's a bad trade. Anyone can soft mod their Wii U. I don't think anyone does Saturn HDMI mods, by the way. I've never heard of a Saturn HDMI mod. Yeah, Wii U's are cheap. And then anyone can just soft mod them. I'm not muted. You probably muted your player. So, testing, testing. Testing, testing. Testing, testing. Testing, testing. Yeah, it's working fine. Testing. Yeah, Palpuck just either muted his audio on his computer or he muted his YouTube player. Sega Genesis Classic? It's cool. I don't have a need for one, but it's cool. It seems like they did a decent enough job with it. Not much more else to say. Alright, let me not kill those guys. I want to save my ammo. I should probably explore that big-ass room, though. Saturn HDMI for the Saturn are like $40 or $30. There's no mod yet. Yeah, no, those are just like other... They're like the pound cables for other systems, like PS2. Where it's basically got an analog to digital converter inside the cable. And it's very cheap. It's not very good quality. It's probably a little bit of input lag. So, you know, as they say, you get what you pay for. But I don't believe there's an actual Saturn HDMI mod available yet. Like, there's no Ultra HDMI equivalent. There's no DC HDMI equivalent. Let's go back to this room real quick. I want to see if there's anything in there. And even then, I wouldn't do it, because I'd rather have an upscaler that, I'd rather have an upscaler that can take multiple consoles than mod a console. The only reason I modded the N64, or got the N64 modded for HDMI, was because N64 doesn't do RGB out. And you have to RGB mod your console if you want to do that. So it was either pay a lot of money for an RGB mod and use it with my upscalers, or pay a lot of money and just run it straight into my TV via HDMI. And I think that ended up working out better. Plus I think it's better quality in the end. Ultra HDMI has a lot of really good options. But I'm not going to do that for a console that already has RGB out by default. Just buy an upscaler at that point. Or just play from an original Sega Genesis. Some people like having a all-in-one box that plugs into their modern-day televisions. A lot of modern-day TVs don't even have the ports for old analog connections. My parents got a 4K Samsung TV over Christmas break, and there's not even a composite connection anymore. So if I had a Sega Genesis, I wouldn't be able to use it on that TV. I mean, I do have a Sega Genesis. I have multiples. But if I wanted to use it on that TV, I can't. without an upscaler. The Genesis Mini helps solve that problem. And then if you're slightly resourceful, you can hack your Genesis Mini and then just load up every Genesis game ever made onto it. And then you got a nice all-in-one Sega Genesis that works on an HD TV. Geez, it took a bunch of hits and... Not even a 3.5 jack adapter? Nope, not that I saw. You can try posting the link, Simon. I don't know if YouTube will let you. I don't have a way of permitting you on the YouTube side of things. You can try it. But also, not everyone has a CRT that they could play Genesis on. A lot of people don't want those anymore. And I don't blame them. No missiles. These guys are really hard to hit with lasers. Yeah, the trick with those guys is just skip them. I'm thinking it's not worth attacking them. Just when you see them... I mean, early on in the game it's one thing, but when you see them at this point in the game, it's just, you want to just skip them. It's not worth it. Yeah, I mean, some people, if you have an older flat screen, you might have analog inputs, but it's still a terrible way to experience the games. Plugging up old analog connections to a flat screen TV, it looks terrible. Pretty much no matter what TV you're using. It doesn't matter what it is. Some people might be fine with with doing that, and that's okay. But once you go RGB and upscaler, not even just RGB, but just upscaler, there's no going back. I don't think it looks that bad. You probably would think it looks terrible if you saw a better setup. But, I mean, if it works well for you, that's all that matters. But, myself personally, I would not recommend that for anybody else. I remember when I plugged my Jaguar up to my, I bought a Jaguar again, and it was like... When was it? It must have been 2014. I think it was 2014. I had bought a LG flat panel TV. It was my first, you know, normal HD TV. And I plugged my Jaguar up to it with RF, and I was like, oh, this looks pretty good. That was before I knew anything about upscalers or you know, using good cables. And then when I saw it on the same TV going through my FrameMeister with an RGB cable, I was like, holy crap. This looks like emulator quality. But you know, I didn't know any better. I was just glad to play Jaguar again. Yeah, I know, Simon. We just talked about it. It's just all those cables, Simon, just have crappy analog to digital converters on the inside. They're not good. You know. And it's just one of those things where you get what you pay for. And for some people, that's enough. And that's fine. You know, maybe they don't want to game all that seriously, or maybe they don't want to pay all that much. And that's fine. But just beware that compared to higher quality solutions, they're not going to look good at all. Yeah, I mean, for someone that wants to do stuff like that, I would recommend something like a RetroTink 2X. It will look better on your TV than your TV's built-in scaler. But if you want to take it one step further, I would recommend an OSSC. It's an open source scan converter. Now, there's a little more work involved, but paired with an RGB cable, it'll look razor sharp on your TV. But yeah, basically when it comes to playing, you know, using old analog connections on modern televisions, you know, you can start with those cheap scalers, but again, it's one of those things where you get what you pay for. And for some people that's fine, but for others, you're gonna want a better, longer lasting experience, you know. And 5 years down the road, you're gonna be glad you actually paid up for that higher quality device. Nice, do laser again. I probably should have done Vulcan because I would have gotten more ammo. You know, I told myself last time I was just going to rush through and not shoot anything, and I was doing pretty well with that at first, but then I just completely went against the grain. Yeah, I mean, the delay is going to vary from model to model, manufacturer to manufacturer. It depends on their, so every TV will do analog to digital conversion. That's usually where the lag comes from to begin with. How well your TV does that, is going to vary from TV to TV. And also, you know, whether you have the TV in game mode also makes a huge difference. A lot of people forget to put their TVs in the game mode. My brother was a perfect example of that. Went over to his house and we were playing Devil May Cry 4 on his Xbox 360. And this isn't even analog. This is just digital to digital. You know, it was HDMI connection. No, it was the special edition. It was the HD version, or I should say special edition on Xbox One. And I was playing, he handed the controller to me and I was like, dude, this is laggy as hell. And I was like, give me your TV remote. And I went through his settings and sure enough, he didn't have it on game mode. And we switched it over to game mode and it was like night and day. It's like I was actually able to play the game again. This game is just littering the place with enemies now. And like I said, I'm trying to skip most of them. But it also doesn't help that I don't really have any lights. Hey, oh jeez, he's blocking my way. Hey, hold on a second. TVs don't usually show response time, Stexor. I know none of my TVs did. You have to get, like, measuring tools for that. I mean, it's entirely possible there might be some sets out there that will have that information, but not mine. But yeah, all of my HD sets I've had have had game modes. I could select. Oh my god. These assholes are just blocking the door. This is a terrible start, actually. You know what? Just kill me. You really have to kill these guys because they just chase you. If there was a cartoon called Robotica, I've never heard of it, and it's highly unlikely it's related to this game. PC monitors tell you, like, their response time as a spec. They don't usually tell you the response time in settings or have an on-screen display. Like, the monitor I'm playing on right now, it's a 1 millisecond delay response time, but its response time is also dependent on the mode you have it set to. So my Asus PC monitor here I'm using, that you guys can't see, has multiple settings. And depending on the setting I pick, the input lag varies. So it's not always 1 millisecond response time. Like, it can change. And then it'll, you know, if I change it to a higher setting that might make the image look better, it'll actually add to the input lag, and I'll start noticing my games will feel a little more delayed. But how I have it set right now is on kind of a lower quality, but fast response time. But on TVs, you know, that's simplified into just, you know, various mode names, like game mode. Game mode is your low response, or lowest response possible that TV offers. Man, I hate those guys. Dude, even these guys are chasing me like crazy. How is that even possible? They just kind of sit there and lumber around like idiots, and then the second I start running away, they chase me really fast. I will say this series of levels is getting on my nerves because every time I die, I have to go back and do like 3 or 4 levels over again to mixed results. I'm having very, very mixed results. And I can't see more than 2 feet in front of me. Because the level decides to randomly generate itself every time I go back to it. So it's not like I can learn the level layout on this run. Like, even on the same run, it'll change its layout. I mean, it definitely adds to the challenge, that is for sure. Playing on higher resolutions or multiple monitors. There aren't many games that take advantage of multiple monitors. Usually a game will use one monitor, period. I mean, I'm struggling to think of games that use multiple monitors outside of, like, racing sims, where you, like, arrange 3 monitors side by side so you get, like, window views along with the, you know, the main windshield. Or, like, Darius Burst Chronicles on PC, you can have it set to recognize 2 monitors and play the way the arcade game was played. They're way more than I think. Yeah, I don't know about that. I mean, if there are, I sure as hell don't hear about them very often. NVIDIA Surround Gaming. Like, what games specifically? I want to know. I'd be interested in checking some of them out myself. Although, if it's just an NVIDIA thing, then I can't do that. Yeah, Arcade Pilot, I have no idea what you're talking about. You're not making much sense to me. Sorry. I can't answer your question. I have no idea what you mean. There it is, finally. WSGF lists all the game's widescreen capabilities. Okay, I'll look into that then, because that sounds interesting to me. Although I have a feeling most of the games I play probably won't be affected at all. Just a wild guess. Is it more heavily implemented in stuff like strategy games and stuff like that? I'm just curious. Man, we're having a really good run at this game up until this set of levels. Yeah, one of the big issues too is that you don't get your health back when you complete a level. You just drop right into the next stage. You'd have to research at Arcade Pilot. I'm not a good resource for that sort of thing. You would need to do your own research. Look for a monitor that has 1 millisecond delay. I mean, that's about as low as they get. I mean, you'd want to do that first. And then from there, you would need to research reviews and things like that. And then if you want retro games on it, you need to look for people that have posted, you know, reviews testing retro games on it. I can't help you there. You need to do your own legwork on that one. This... Oh, okay. Play World of Warcraft with 3 screens? Okay. I mean, cool. I don't play World of Warcraft, and I don't think I ever will. I mean, I guess for a game like that, where, you know, people eat, drink, sleep the game, I guess it makes sense. But for a casual session where I'll play for a couple hours, I'd probably 3 monitors is not probably necessary in the slightest. So he's playing WoW right now. Nice. Why would you want to play an FPS game on multiple monitors, though? I don't know. I don't really see why you'd want to do that. I don't know, I'm trying to imagine FPS on multiple monitors, like... I mean, yeah, I guess I can kind of see, like, how you could do it, but I don't know, it would be weird. Yeah, I'll have to research it. I'll have to see if there are YouTube videos of it, because I've never heard of people using 3 monitors for FPS games. I'd have to see someone do it in, like, you know, point a camera at their setup and look at it and see. I don't know, I've played FPSs with one monitor my entire life, so I don't know. Just the concept seems weird to me. Almost kind of seems like cheating too, actually, because you're not using things like sound as much to your advantage. You know, you can just look around everywhere. I don't know. I think there would be less skill involved. That's a factor. But I don't know. Yeah, maybe it's more immersive. I don't know. If I want immersion, I guess I'll just play VR. I'll play do virtual reality stuff. I mean, you want immersive. That's as immersive. I can't talk today. That's as immersive as you'll get. Although you do have nausea to worry about in VR. With the free roaming FPS, at least. Gives a huge advantage to have a bigger FOV. I mean, isn't that what FOV sliders are for, though? There's a video of Quake 3 on 24 screens. Okay. Oh, is it called iFinity? Okay, I've heard that name before. Yeah, like Palpuck said, original Warcraft shouldn't be confused with World of Warcraft. The classic Warcraft games were really good real-time strategy games, and they became popular for a reason. World of Warcraft was just kind of like banking on the Warcraft name to start a new kind of game. Oh, iFinity is AMD cards. Okay. Well, I use AMD cards, so yeah, that would apply to me then. Yeah, what Executioner said Arcade Pilot? I mean, we can't really help you past that. I mean, you want to look at... I mean, there are other YouTube channels that specialize in that stuff more. Like, Retro RGB is a good source. He sometimes has done TV reviews as well. And you can go to his website. But my channel's not really for that stuff. I mean, I try to dish out whatever knowledge I know, but I can't dish out more than I know. And I unfortunately can't really help you more than saying you need to do your own research. Yeah, like Executioner said, just look up low latency monitors and TVs. That's pretty much it. You need to do your own research. Yeah, exactly. Alright guys, I need to use the bathroom and probably grab another drink, so I will be right back. We'll try to power through these levels. I don't think there are more than 30 stages in the game. I do feel like we're actually a good way through the game, so I do want to try to finish it. We're only 3 hours into the stream, so we've definitely got some time to keep trying that. So yeah, so I'll be right back. All right. Yeah, no, I'm just using the Japanese Saturn controller, but my Saturn's a US console. Yeah, the gray controller is the Japanese, one of the Japanese controllers. I actually have a missile now, which is nice. I do play VR games, not much though. I honestly don't use my VR headset very often. I need to, but I just get so wrapped up in my streaming that it's hard to make time for it. But yeah, I bought an Oculus Rift a couple years ago. I did have to sell it off to pay for something, but then I ended up buying another one like the next year. So yeah, I have it set up out in the living room, and it's great. But yeah, I just don't have time. I don't have the time to enjoy it as much as I want to. Dude, what the hell is going on? Are these like kamikaze enemies now? With weapon downgrades, great. The randomization on this draw is just really terrible. Especially when I can't see what I'm doing. Another weapon downgrade. Great. I think I'm just gonna have these enemies kill me and then just start over. Yeah, like there are these kamikaze enemies that run into you. And I can't see them until it's too late. Retro Fighter Saturn pads? Yeah, I don't see the point in them, to be honest. I seriously don't. I mean, the Saturn pad is excellent. I don't know why you'd want a reproduction or like a different model. Like the Retro Fighter pad kind of made sense with like the N64 with its bad analog sticks over the years, and the you know, maybe the Dreamcast, but you know, Sega Saturn, come on, man. I don't know. They're just trying to branch out on other consoles, not really because they need to, but just because they can. Oh, that is true. Yeah, no, that is a good point. I completely forgot about. Yeah, there is the analog stick. That is a good point, Executioner. I'll give you that one. I'll give you that one. No, the stages were pretty much the same kind of thing, just different wall textures and whatnot. It's basically been the same kind of thing for the whole playthrough. So yes, it gets repetitive. It's gotten a lot more challenging though, because they give me a lot less ammo now, and you know, I'm considerably weaker. All right, let's I was gonna say I wanted to skip that guy, but now he's coming down my tunnel. My missiles are barely doing anything because they got downgraded. At least they're reintroducing some of the early game enemies, which helps with, like, you know, ammo drops. Yeah, no, the game is just average at best. It's not great. I was actually, I should say, having fun playing it, but this series of levels has been annoying because of the difficulty increase. It's not really a fun kind of difficulty increase because I never like being limited on ammo in first-person shooters. You know, part of the fun of first-person shooters is, you know, the actual shooting part, and when you can't shoot, the game starts to become not very enjoyable. But then getting kicked back to multiple levels when you want to continue. So we got at the farthest we got, I think, is level 20, and every time we die, we go get kicked back to level 17. Which, I mean, I guess in the long term is fine because, like, it's just... It means someone can't just constantly press start and just beat the game that way. You know? So I do have to actually start thinking about how I attack these levels, or how I approach these levels. But I'm also the kind of person where I start to get worn out when I have to redo monotonous stages over and over again. The biggest issue for that is that the levels are completely randomly generated, and even when you continue, the levels are regenerated, and so you can't practice the level. That's a big issue too. So that's kind of annoying. Getting stuck against these guys in hallways is pretty annoying. Yeah, like, it's just being loaded with enemies right now, and all my weapons got downgraded to level 1. So I can't really do much there. You know, so, like, they're loaded with enemies again, and I don't have the firepower to deal with them. I don't have the ammo to deal with them. Out of missiles. Yeah, I would probably give it... I don't know, I think 6 or 7 is being kind of generous. I don't know, I'd probably give it like a 5. Just because the game's a 5 out of 10 doesn't mean it's not worth playing. Like, it's really on the cusp of, like, not being recommendable. I would call it a game that's like right dead in the middle. Like it's perfectly average. That's what I would call it. Ah, man, these enemies respawning is really annoying. I might just kill me again. We're still on the first level of the next 4 that we have to complete. Just get rid of me. We'll just start it over. It's like we can't even get past level 17 now. It's not worth progressing if I've lost my entire charge meter. I've lost most of my armor and most of my ammo. Yeah, I know Execution. I've been subbed to him for like 8 years. I was subbed to him before he even called himself Pandemonium Reviews. Yeah, and his reviews have always been funny, even his really, really old ones. I don't even know if he's got his old ones on there still. Like Courier Crisis, that was like a 2012 review, I think. I was still back at my parents' house for a short while when he did that. Yeah, his reviews are great. This was not a, I don't believe this was a launch game. Was this a launch game? Do you know, Executioner? I don't think it was. I mean, it was 1995, but I mean, the Saturn was out for 6 months in 1995. You know, it came out in June 1995, so this might have been later, 1995. No, he's just doing Sega Saturn reviews right now. He might switch to other stuff later, but he's trying to do every US Saturn game, which is, you know, a fairly daunting task. Yeah. Okay, so it was very, very early then. Okay. Wish I could stumble upon a computer terminal. Oh, he's a news reporter as a day job? I didn't know that. That is pretty cool. Explains the good speaking voice. I've actually missed the last couple of reviews because I know they've been a little bit longer. Like I missed Gen War and I missed High Octane. So I need to go back and check those out. I've watched every other one. Well, I mean, making reviews isn't that hard. Executioner is just time consuming. You know, so it's, you know, he just does one every now and then. He's not like pumping them out left and right, so. I mean, dude, I work a day job too, you know. I work 40 hours a week just like anybody else, and I still do all this stuff. You see how much I stream. And then I've been, you know, pumping out some scripted videos every now and then. Same kind of content. So, yeah, trust me, I know exactly what it's like. Yeah, it can be tough to juggle all of it, you know? Especially when you're doing something that's not really making you money. You know, you think, you're like, well, I could be doing other stuff with my life. Especially if you've got a significant other, which I think Pandemonium does. I think he's talked about that in one of his recent videos. So, you know, he's got other obligations as well. Oh, the story? Yeah. But I mean, the story is like, he interviewed one of the main guys though, so that helps a lot. Really cool being able to do that. Be able to talk with someone that worked on the game. Did that cancel out my... You gotta be kidding me, man. Hold on a second. I get rid of this douchebag. That I can't even see. I think I killed him. Yeah, he shot me and knocked me off the computer. I have not done a playthrough of Pandemonium, no. I have never beaten that game before. So underpowered for this area of the game. High Octane's not a very good game. I've tried to play that game so many times. It's yeah, it's something, all right. Let's go this way. Yeah, not really worth playing. Well, we did have Wipeout on the Saturn. Wipeout exists on the Saturn. And then there's also Cyber Speedway, which was another bare bones game, but still pretty fun. Japan and Europe got Wipeout, was it 2097? 2049, 20... Basically, Wipeout XL for... Let's see. Yeah, 2097. I really want to play the Japanese Saturn version of 2097, see how it compares to the PS1 version. Yeah, I've got Wipeout XL for PS1. Yeah, that rockin' music in Cyber Speedway is one of the weirdest, like, design choices I think I've ever seen in a video game. Like, after you've heard the Japanese version of the game. Like, I think I said it in my Let's Play, but like you're flying through like this futuristic landscape and you got some dude twanging away on a guitar like, oh honey, I miss you baby, where are you, oh yeah, and you're like, what the hell am I listening to? It really is like that. I'm not exaggerating. I never even heard of the band before that they had used as well. Yeah, I was really happy when those first-person shooters came to Saturn as well. I mean, I got all of them back in the day. I got Quake, I got Duke 3D, I got Power Slave, Doom even, even though the version wasn't quite very good. And I played all of them. I even played Duke Nukem 3D over the Sega Netlink. Very fond memories of doing that. Yeah, Bygone Dogs, that's it. I think that is it. It was so bad. Like, alright, whatever. I understand some people maybe liking their music, but it was not... It didn't fit the game at all. It was a terrible fit for the game. And someone at Sega should have realized that. Quake 2 on PlayStation. Yeah, there was no Quake 1. Saturn got Quake 1. PS1 got Quake 2. Oh, look at this. Convenient. Maybe we can just, like, blitz our way through the rest of the game without shooting much. Yeah, oh man, the false advertising was so bad. They used screenshots from Final Doom, I believe, on PC. And they, yeah, they advertised functionality that wasn't actually in the US version of the game. The functionality actually did make it into the Japanese version, I think. No, Japanese or European, I don't remember. There were some extra features in the import version. Like the Japanese version, I think actually had system link play. God, these kamikaze dudes are here again. Another dead end. Alright, I need to go back to these other rooms. There's probably nothing over there. It's just taking way too long to kill these guys. I'm noticing that if I kind of sit on the door for a moment, I'm less likely to actually waste ammo when I try to open it. So I kind of get here, I sit, and then I open it. So, you know, there was that issue I kind of had problems with earlier, where I was shooting when I was trying to open up doors, and I'm not really having that problem now. Yeah, High Octane's available as a PS1 Classic download. I actually have it. God damn, man. Look at this. Come on. And this is probably why there's no long play of the game on YouTube. Hexen actually fared fairly well in Saturn. It's actually a decent version of the game. Saturn Doom has its own unique story behind it, kind of like 3DO Doom does. Apparently the developers wanted to, you know, use a certain type of rendering method in Saturn Doom, but John Carmack said, no, you've got to do it this way, and that way he wanted them to do it performed much worse, At least they weren't able to optimize it in time. And so I get these comments all the time in my Saturn Doom videos, people complaining that, oh, John Carmack was an asshole. He got in the way of Saturn Doom. It could have been so much better. Like, who cares? It's just an interesting story. And apparently John Carmack has been on record saying that, you know, he kind of regrets doing that. In hindsight, it wasn't, maybe he doesn't regret it, but in hindsight, it wasn't the best idea for him to tell them, like, to do it a certain way. I mean, everything's running in software. No, that's not really a good analogy. Like, it's running in software. It's just the way they did it. It's complex. It's not so easy. Basically, it could have been done better. It is what it is. Honestly, it doesn't matter. Did we need a great version of Saturn Doom? Yeah, it would have been nice back in the day, but now that it's 2020, it really doesn't matter. You know? You can play console Doom in better forms elsewhere from back in the day, or just play PC Doom nowadays, or play PS4, Xbox One, and Switch Doom. Yeah, I mean, it's just, it doesn't really matter. Shoot, I didn't mean to do that. Uh, 3DO Doom's not even, or 3DO Wolfenstein 3D is actually not even as good as I think people give it credit. If you go back and play it, it's not the smoothest thing out there. I don't even know, because I'm not the one that programmed it, and I don't want to be here and be like, oh, it could have been much better, because, you know, but it's not as smooth as, like, people give it credit. It's still a great game. I still highly recommend it, but there are times where you skip across the screen at like 3 frames a second. It's, you know, maybe not quite 3, but 5 to 7. And it's actually normal for that game, but the thing about it is that the difference between it and something like 3DO Doom is that Wolfenstein 3D plays at a very brisk pace. And there are lots of times where it runs very smooth as well, but when there's a lot going on screen, if you look, yeah, like the frame rate actually dips really fast. And Wolfenstein 3D is a much less complex game than Doom. So just because Wolfenstein 3D was done well on 3DO doesn't mean that Doom could be done well on 3DO. But I would have absolutely loved to have seen someone like, you know, a company like id Software try to tackle a 3DO game. Because the Jaguar did Doom fairly well. And so I would have loved to have seen them do Doom on 3DO. But a lot of companies that did stuff on 3DO with Polygon, did 3D engines on 3DO, a lot of them didn't run very well. Like, most of them didn't run very well. Especially compared to Saturn or PS1. I mean, you had very few 3D games on those platforms that even ran at 30. Like, you had very few 3D games on 3DO that ran at least 30 frames a second. Usually it was like the games would run way worse, like 20 or 15. You know, even Need for Speed, as smooth as it can be, I don't even think it hits. I think DF Retro actually did a comparison on Need for Speed a long time ago and covered that version. I don't even think it went past like 20 frames a second or something. Killing Time, yeah, Killing Time. And Killing Time was done by Burger Becky. That was done by, you know, basically the same people that did Wolfenstein 3D on 3DO. And Killing Time ran like ass. Killing Time is one of the worst performing games in the system. I don't even understand how people enjoy that game because it runs so poorly. Which is a shame because I really like the concept of Killing Time. I like, you know, the spooky theme, the atmosphere, the sort of non-linear FPS gameplay. Oh my god, the frame rate in that. And it's not just the frame rate. It has the same problem that 3DO Doom has, where it's extremely sluggish. Not only does the frame rate tank, but the controls start to lag big time. People that have played Super Nintendo Doom will know what I mean when I say that. And that's a big problem. It's especially a big problem when you're running on a platform like the 3DO and you play the game and you expect it to run at least half decently, you know. You expect it to be a playable game. Can't appreciate the old mouse controls? Oh man, I love the old mouse controls of Wolfenstein 3D. It's so fast and snappy. And you gotta use keyboard and mouse, not just mouse. If you're using just mouse, then you're definitely playing it wrong. Great, 2 of these guys. I mean, I don't know, guys. I'm starting to think we might just get stuck at this part of the game. I'm just gonna start over. I'm just too weak. Every time you die, your weapons get downgraded. And they've gotten downgraded to the point where everything's back at level 1. Yeah, Escape from Monster Manor fared pretty well, but like you said, it's a much simpler game. Yeah, the 3DO Wolf 3D soundtrack is great, though. And I'm pretty sure... Yeah, we did a 3DO Wolf 3D stream sometime last year, I think. So I do have an archive of that. Killing Time is on Steam, but it's the PC version, and it's a fairly different game. I couldn't ever get the keyboard and mouse combination working right on Killing Time PC, so I haven't gotten a chance to really play it. Doom does that too, Kazuya, by the way. If you're playing vanilla Doom on PC, it's got the exact same thing, where mouse will also move you forward and backwards. Doom Source Ports these days, oh, look at that, a weapon upgrade right in the very beginning. Doom Source Ports these days, really minimize the effect of that, or you can disable it completely. But if you go back and play classic Doom on PC, it's got the exact same thing. Yeah, you're definitely spoiled by playing Source Ports. That issue, I don't think it's a big issue though. I don't ever struggle with that problem at all, personally. It's one of those mental things. Like, it's not enough to like really affect the gameplay in any like significant way. But yeah, when I play Wolfenstein 3D on PC, man, I'm zipping around. It's so much fun. Very fast. Looks like exhumed. Well, I mean, it came from the same time period, so Killing Time. But yeah, no, it's a different engine. It's not the build engine. So it's got, you know, visual quirks to it that are quite different from like Duke 3D or Exhumed or Blood or Shadow Warrior. I wasted a lot of missiles. I didn't need to. I really wanted to beat this game, but we've been stuck here for so long now that I'm tempted to just throw in the towel. Because I don't want to be here all night on this set of levels. My will to explore these stages has been exhausted. Because the result is I run into enemies that are way too powerful. I run out of ammo, and then I'm running around with no ammo. And then we ended up dying. We can't get health replenishments because we can't kill enemies because we have no ammo. You see where this is going. It's just a nasty loop I can't escape from. Now, if it's nice one-hit kill enemies, which I'm gonna guess this probably isn't. I see an enemy on the radar. Yeah, he's not a one-hit kill enemy. I have to run away. But at least we found the exit already. That's a one-hit kill. Okay, not that one. Yeah, we're gonna try to do another Doom WOD sometime soon, by the way. Someone had asked me about that recently. So I've been practicing another WOD on Twitch. It was Ancient Aliens. It's a WOD I actually played. I played through part of it a couple years ago on YouTube, but it's kind of a bad stream. I was just, yeah, one of those impromptu streams where I was kind of hungover. So I'll probably get rid of the old stream, and then we're going to do a full fresh playthrough of it. Start to finish, one stream. So you guys can watch out for that soon. This game is being kind of nice right now. It hasn't tossed a lot of enemies at me. Of course, now that I say that. Yeah, so hopefully in the next few weeks we can do that. Because we haven't done a full Doom WOD playthrough, like custom WOD, not like, you know, the base vanilla game. We haven't done a playthrough of a custom WOD in at least a year, I think. Yeah, the patch for PS4 and Xbox One Switch Doom has been really nice apparently, so. Alright, we just need to find the key. We got the exit, which is good. Yeah, one of the things I really hate is enemies appearing in hallways, because you can't do anything when you're in a hallway. This is as far as I can strafe left and strafe right. See, like, you can't dodge the bullets in hallways, but sometimes you're just stuck dealing with them. And it really sucks. Alright, we have to go this way. Remember, you really want to look at your auto map up top, because, like, that was a secret door. And another. 2 computer terminals, that's interesting. I think the game wants me to succeed now. It's like, it heard me say I want to stop playing the game, and it's like, oh wait, no, 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 stay, please, no, I didn't mean that, no, no, please stay, don't go, please stay. Look at this. What is happening here? Why couldn't this happen the first time we continued? Okay, never mind. Right as I say that, we start getting bombarded by enemies. Okay. Need to use my refresh before I pick that up. Yeah, the kamikaze enemies are terrible. Wow, key in the exit room again. Alright, we haven't been past 421 yet, so let's make this happen. I'll take that. I like some health drops. Yeah, ideally I'd prefer to skip past the spider octopus things. There it is. Pretty sure there's another level later on where we have to destroy the power generators again. Hope that one room over to the right isn't the exit. Oh no, this is the exit. Good. Whew. Okay, this was actually worth it. There we go. So, there are other, you know, specials that you can use. Plasma barrier for shield, power booster, blaze laser is like a bomb, like a screen clearing bomb, but refresh seems to be better. If you can just kill enemies quickly and then use refresh when your health, you know, gets depleted, then, you know, you're fine. It's called Codename Tenka in North America. Yeah, I have actually played that. I wasn't really a big fan of it. I kind of want to give it another try, but I want to play it on PC. Because apparently I got a PC port. But yeah, I remember being impressed by the graphics. It was very impressive visually, but the level design was kind of crappy. I just couldn't get behind the level design. Okay, so exit door is right there. What did I get hit by? Jeez, dude. Yeah, did you ever beat the game? Like, do you think it gets better later on, or if it's just kind of all the way through? Did you like the game? Alright, this is probably a checkpoint. A really good FMV for 95. It's simple, but it's effective. More darkness, man. I wish they'd get rid of this mechanic. You do remember liking the guns, yeah, okay. Kamikaze enemy ran into me. I wonder if that number by the big circle is like... Never mind, it's not. I was gonna say, maybe that's like the you know, a number the game's referencing to identify, like, sort of like the drawl of the random number generator. I don't know. I have no idea what I'm saying. Don't listen to me. I'm making no sense. You know, it's bad when I can't even understand what I'm saying. It's bad when I can't even understand myself. I should probably use some lasers. Oh, I don't have any lasers. Okay. There we go. Alright, we have to go back. Oh, you're right, it is a timer. Because that's weird, because it wasn't counting up before. It was just kind of like just chilling out for a little while. He actually dropped a weapon upgrade drop. That was redundant. He dropped a weapon upgrade. Nope, wrong way. Gotta go this way. Still no key. It could be something like that. Yeah, maybe number of seconds we've been playing. Let's, hold on a second. It might be, actually. Because that comes out to 189 minutes, which is a little over 3 hours. We've been streaming for 350. That might actually be what it is, Simon. That's a good observation. Like, it might reset when you restart a level, restart a set of levels, and then it doesn't count for pausing. And given that it probably took us 20 minutes to actually start playing the game, that might actually be it. Yeah. That's neat. Now, if I can only find my damn key. Sometimes the keys can actually end up in hallways. I've actually had that happen before. So now, this is actually the first time we've had to do this, but now we have to search every nook and cranny to make sure that we didn't miss the key. And these guys are cloaked, too. Yep, look at that. The end of a long hallway. I did not need to go there. It's the exit's right here. Oh, man. Alright, floor 24. Let's hope we can keep going without dying, because as long as you don't die, you know, you do progress through these levels pretty quickly. And again, I don't know how many levels there are exactly, but I feel like it is, I feel like it's 30. Yeah, so even though I can use my my hover jets to get over these pads, I don't want to do that because it wastes my energy. Hey, Dasan, what's going on, man? Could you please connect? Ugh. See, that's actually nice having those gates here. Oops. Right as I open it. Damn it. It's okay, I didn't take a hit. But yeah, you can shoot through the gates, but the enemies can't go through them. So you can actually move back and then shoot them from a safe space. Which is good for the kamikaze guys. Nice, man. A week-long vacation. Hell yeah. We're just playing Robotica. We are 24 levels in. We struggled quite a bit in this last hour and a half on floors 17 through 22. But we finally made progress. That was cool. I so killed him in the distance. Alright, exit is all the way down here. Yeah, it does go on for quite a bit. It gets very repetitious. Now that we're back into the groove of things, I'm not feeling as worn out by it. Yeah, we struggled there for a little bit. It was getting pretty tiresome. Alright, hoverjet, plasma barrier, power booster. I have no idea what that does. You know, I'm wondering if some of these outlines on that HUD are actually telling you where the key is. Like, go in a certain direction to find the key. There's our exit. Wow, look at that. We're gonna take it. We're gonna take it. After all the crap the game was throwing at us earlier, we're gonna take it. Oh! Okay. Another key. You know, if I play this game again, I think my strategy is going to be to upgrade the laser. Because the laser is a lot more useful than the Vulcan. I would use the Vulcan to pick off one-shot enemies. Enemies that can be killed in one hit. And then I would pump up the laser to level 7. exit might actually be over here in this room. Because usually, doors don't continue to other rooms when they're really on the far right of the map. Jeez, dude. Lots of power-ups. Yeah, there's the exit. Just curious what items are in here, if any. Missiles, sure. Alright, that was worth it. The game's also being nicer about power-up drops. Surprisingly. Alright, no lasers on hand now. Getting close to running out of ammo again. 27. 27. Now, if only the map told you where the key was. That'd be nice. I should have actually waited for that guy, because that was a gated door. I could have just shot him in safety. Although not complete safety for guys like that, because they do shoot, so they can shoot through the gates too. It's not just you. I came up here because I figured the key would be here. It sometimes likes to be in rooms that are just kind of out of the way. But that wasn't the case. So that was kind of a big waste of ammo. Alright, for these guys I like to just use the Vulcan because it's just one shot. So I'm conserving ammo. Man, I'm trying to just avoid so many of these enemies, but it's like I don't have a choice. You know, one thing that would have been nice too is having health refill stations. That would have been really cool. Exit's all the way over there. Okay. Stealth guy. He's right next to me. God, I couldn't open the door. Dude. And what's happening is I'm constantly waking up these enemies, which is not good. Alright, get me out of here. Give me a full motion video. No! Damn it. You might have to go through the rest of the game without continuing. Not without continuing, but like in one swoop. It might be levels 23 through 30 that you have to do. Which, that's painful. I'm gonna try the other way. Oh, come on. Okay, I'll take that though. My lasers are a lot more powerful than my Vulcan shot. You didn't earn an FMV. What are you talking about? I've more than earned it. I deserve it. Give me my FMV. Yeah, when you see a full motion video, Dasan, it's you get a checkpoint. So full motion videos are good in this game. It's a good sign that you're doing something right. There's no boss in this game, if I remember correctly. I want to say the last level is just like another power station level. And I'm going off memories from like 23 years ago now. It's been a long time. Robotica was one of the first games I ever beat on Saturn. The exit's gotta be down here. Yep, there it is. Alright, let's just exit. Whoosh. I love that, like, swishy door opening sound. Especially with the main doors, too. Whoosh. I do like some of the sound effects in the game. Yeah. Yeah, Wolfenstein 3D is a very comfy game for me too. I don't know if Doom Eternal is gonna bring that back. I don't know. We'll see. All we can do is speculate right now. No, it's not going to be a Mario game. Yes, it'll have more platforming elements and whatnot, thanks to it's got this hook shot mechanic, but it's still all about the gunplay. I've been listening to interviews from the dev team. Yeah, I don't think it's going to be very problematic. Crap, man. Exit. Dude, what? Alright, yeah, this is it.
The ship has arrived at its final destination, the Deadalus core on the floor. Proceed to track, attack, and destroy it.
Yeah, no, we got one last week too. That's a separate channel. I hope YouTube gets rid of that crap. Yeah, we haven't had many spam channels jump into this stream lately. Yeah, super confused, man. Yeah, it's multiple channels. I really hope it spawns me back at that final level. I'm gonna be pissed if it locks, like, drops me back into level 23. Yeah, we're back into level 23. I know it. Oh my god. Yeah, it's just retweeting, yeah, it's reposting. Oh, no, it actually, okay, great. Yeah, because it played full motion video from earlier. That had me worried. Wow, all these guys take a lot of hits. Normally they take one hit. Maybe that's something I'm missing. Maybe using the maybe using the power booster. Holy, what the? You're in the living hell, man. That was like 3 or 4 different channels. I've never played G-Police, but it looks pretty cool. Yeah, we'll try this again. Yeah, I noticed that when I used the blaze gun or blaze cannon or whatever, blaze laser, everything just like dropped items and weapons. Maybe it's just coincidence. Wow. That might actually be the trick. I did not know that. That's one. Yeah, it kills him in one hit too. Okay, geez. That would have made the game a lot easier. Jeez. Oh, that's in the wall. I can't get it. No, I got it. Okay. I think we got it, ladies and gentlemen. Well, we did it, guys. We really struggled, man, from 17 to 22, but man, we did it. We got it. Yeah, we finally did it. That's right. I might even play this game again on Twitch in a little bit because I kind of want to like refine some of those strategies. The blaze cannon definitely would have helped a lot, especially if enemies always drop, you know, ammo when you use it. That was very handy. And Deadalus falls into Earth and causes the next ice age. Because it's the size of an asteroid. It's like, now try hard mode. No. No. Just no. Yeah, it's just this bot that's it's this bot that's redoing things. I'm wondering if it's going around on other people's streams. Look at that. Oh, it's so annoying. Took us 3 hours and 32 minutes. Yeah, so that was definitely an in-game timer, Simon, that you were talking about. Every time, it looks like every time we got a game over, it reset the timer back to what it was when we got to that level. You made it, but you died. I don't know if there is another ending. And of course, there's not much information on this on the internet because a lot of people haven't really sunk much time into it. That right there, the top right, I think it's the only Japanese in the game.
And in its wake, a planetary government emerged to rule over mankind. To resolve the disputes, riots, and struggles that periodically erupted around.
So again, we're playing the Japanese version of the game.
Was formed, separate from regular government organizations. A core system for planetary control was established, not on Earth, but in space. It was referred to as the WSSS Central Control Fortress, Deadalus. After Deadalus was established, mankind lived in peace for 800 years. The global state system
800 years, that's a long time.
Eventually, all those who could explain the original reason for its existence had disappeared. People's views of it now began to change. Some started to worship Deadalus. Others began to protest the notion of living under the restrictions of what they saw as an increasingly archaic system. Clashes began to occur with increasing frequency between these two groups, with Deadalus repeatedly trying to suppress them. On the surface, these were but minor conflicts. Underground terrorists from the reformist faction were arming and steadily growing in strength. Their first operation will be an attempt to destroy Deadalus itself.
Yeah, the full motion video is really good for 95 actually, and I'm glad they got a good narrator as well, because a lot of narration in games from this era was just garbage. So... yeah, it's just some bot that's clearly got a crap ton of different channels. Aggravating. But alrighty guys, that is man, that is Deadalus or Robotica for Sega Saturn. I'm gonna go ahead and just start a brand new game real quick just to get some music in the background. Dasan, everything it's said has been quotes from my chat tonight, so it's scanning my chat and re-chatting what we've already said. You just joined up, so yeah, no, all that stuff came from earlier in the stream. Yeah, it's dumb. But yeah, that's Robotica, man. That was a frustrating little stretch that I might have actually been able to get through a little bit easier had I actually used the Blaze Laser. But, you know, overall, I didn't mind playing it, to be honest with you. I was actually kind of enjoying myself. So, it's still not a game I would highly recommend to people, but, you know, if you get it for like $5 or $10 like I did, I don't think it's a bad game. You know, considering how much Saturn games have gone up in price, this is still one of the affordable ones. Yeah, see, Escape from Monster Manor fared better, but it was much simpler. That came from earlier in the stream. So, there's so many duplicate channels, because I've hidden the user from the channel, yet they've still popped back in. So they've got a ton of different channels with different thumbnails and whatnot. Yep, holy crap, dude. Seriously, this is getting really annoying. Find your own channel. YouTube's actually usually pretty good about blocking spam stuff, but this has gotten really bad. Unless it's targeted. Hey, Ethel. Yeah, thanks, Retro Simon. I appreciate it. Having stuff like that in my chat too can get my video demonetized, or like my video could end up having other issues as well, having stuff like that on it. So that's not cool. It's not cool at all. But yeah, Robotika's a fun game. I don't mind it. I think it's, if you don't mind, you know, paying the price of like a meal at McDonald's, I think it's worth a playthrough. You just zone out and play it. Maybe put something else on in the background while you know, shoot away. So I appreciate you guys hanging out. Probably no Saturday YouTube stream. I do have a new Let's Play being posted on Sunday. I think you guys are going to like it. And for those of you guys that haven't checked it out yet as well, I meant to spam it, but I actually started a website last week for anyone that's interested in it. If you want to bookmark it, if you're into written stuff, feel free to check it out. I've only got 3 articles on there. It's from existing scripted video content, but it is, you know, it's in written format, so that might be more up some people's alleys. I want to try to add more content to it, but just like normal scripted stuff, it takes a while to put stuff together. So it'll probably be a slow growth website. Yeah, but if anyone's interested in that, feel free to check it out. And then next week we'll be back at the usual time, next Thursday, with another game. Yeah, so stay tuned for that. And hope you guys had fun. Thanks for keeping me company. Hope you guys enjoyed it. Well, the channel was founded in 2009, yeah. The website was founded last week. It was founded last weekend. So, yeah. Yeah, I'm going to go live on Twitch. I think I'm going to walk to 7-Eleven again like I did last week to get a little bit of exercise, and then maybe grab a snack or something. And then when I come back, I'll go live on Twitch. So it should be about a half an hour. I'll probably be gone for no more than 30 minutes, and I'll come back. I might play this game some more, and then maybe switch to other Saturn games. I don't know. Alright, see you, Kazuya. Take care. Good to see you again. Hopefully we'll see you again soon. And likewise to everybody else out there. I don't think Pachuli's awake right now. Let me check, actually. Hold on, Julie. Oh, there she goes. She beat me to it. Yep, there's Patchy. Yeah, she wanted to come in. Yeah, she's very soft. Yeah. She's purring. She's purring like crazy. She's loving it. She's loving it. You're putting on some weight, man. She was really putting on some weight. She stopped eating a lot of her crunchy food. And she was also having some urinary issues. And so what I did is I switched up her food, and she loves it. And she just gorges out on it. And she's been going to the bathroom much better now, so I think it's helped. It's apparently got high fiber in it. I can see she's putting on weight. You little chunkster. She carries her weight very well when she's standing, but when she plops down, you can see it. It's like it all just gels together. It's a kitty jelly ball. Jelly, jelly, jelly. Yeah. Good girl. Good girl, Patchouli. Well, say bye to everybody, Patchouli. Say bye. We're gonna head out. So thanks once again, guys. I will see you later. And archive should be posted later today, so watch out for that if you want to revisit it anytime. And yeah, I will catch you guys later. Until the next one, take it easy.